చెప్తారా?
కళ్యాణి మేడం సార్,
కళ్యాణి.
Good morning. Good morning. How is the weather? Okay, okay.
మీరు వచ్చారు
ఒకసారి అడిగితే చెప్తారు కదా ఆర్ఎస్ వాళ్ళు వచ్చారు లేదా.
డైరెక్ట్గా వచ్చారా? Yeah, Dayas, okay. చాలు కూడా ఇంటికి వచ్చారు
10 మీరు నిన్న నంబర్ అన్నారు.
గుడ్ గుడ్.
ఈయన హరిబాబా మన కాంటెంపరీ ఎంఎస్సీలో చేసిన
good. They are the chief guests, I would say. They are our chief guests. Okay. So who else do you want me to recognize apart from you, of course?
Send you a message. MVSV Prasad, Sri S.
One sec.
సార్ని అడుగుతున్నారు ఎవరిని రికగ్నైజ్ అని చెప్పేసి పేరు చెప్తే
And then what is madam's name?
K. Bhuvaneshwar.
K. Bhuvaneshwar.
She's the ADC.
సార్
You are the Dada of Visakhapatnam.
సార్ మీకోసం వెయిటింగ్ అండి ఓకే మైక్ ఆన్ చేస్తారా ఉదయం చేస్తారు రికార్డింగ్ చేస్తారు
Check.
సార్ పర్లేదు రెండు నిమిషాలు మేనేజ్ చేసి ఉంది కదా హలో ఎస్ Sir, is it audible to the last members? Sir, is it audible to the last members? What about the last row of the hall, sir? చూడండి Sir, is it audible now, sir? Okay, sir? Yeah. I would like to introduce myself. I am S. Vijay Kumar, Assistant Director, Drugs Control Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Good morning to one and all present here and those persons, members watching in the live stream of this workshop. At this juncture, remind you of a workshop conducted in the year of 2023, that is 4/11/23 at Visakhapatnam, and draft rules of revision of Schedule M. And it is the right time to remind gist of the keynote address given by Dr. Ishreddy Garu, Joint Drugs Control General of India, delivered in earlier workshop. That is, the objective of workshop is to disseminate critical information regarding the revised Schedule M requirements proposed in alignment with the WHO standards and to emphasize on the importance of adhering to the revised standards to ensure highest quality and safety in drug manufacturing. This is the gift given by Dr. Iswedi Garu in a earlier workshop conducted in the year of 2023. Now everyone knows that revised schedule M started in force from 1/1/2025 to all the manufacturers. And further, and the representation of the medium and small scale manufacturers, the Government of India issued draft of revised schedule M extension. As per the said notification, the small and medium scale manufacturers with turnover of less than 250 crores may seek exemption of the timeline for implementation, and for that purpose they shall make an application to the Central Licensing Authority in Form A within period of 3 months from the date of the publication of the said notification. That is the date of 28/12/2024, along with the plan of upgradation. For such manufacturers, the timeline for implementation shall be extended till 31/12/2025. So here in the case, CDSCO has to give the information to all the members whether the approval from the DCA is necessary or not, or only for submission is enough. And at this juncture, now we are conducting good practices in production as per the revised Schedule M for effective implementation of the Schedule M. This workshop is of entire day, and there are 4 speakers and subject experts that is circulated to all the members and all the participants. And also there is a tea and lunch break, and also Q&A session. Requesting all the members to participate in entire day. As I received the message from the chief guest and the guest of honor, I am going to start the workshop by inviting guests onto the dais, as both chief guest and guest of honors may join during course of workshop. Now I am requesting respected Sri Dara B. Patel, Secretary General, Indian Drugs Manufacturers Association, the IDMA, Sri M.V.S.S.V. Prasad Garu, Director in Charge, APDCA, and Srimati K. Bhuvaneshwari, Assistant Drugs Control, India, CDSCO, onto the dais, please. Now I am requesting all the dignitaries on the dais for lighting of the lamp, please.
दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा.
Now requesting Srimati V. Abhipriya, N. Kalyani and K. Kalyani, Drugs Inspectors, for prayer.
वन्दे मातरं सुजलां सुफलां मलयज शीतलां सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरं शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनीं पुल्लकुसुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं. Thank you.
Now I am requesting all the speakers come on to the dais, please, for honoring along with the dignitaries. Requesting all the speakers, please. Now I'm calling the stalwarts in the hall. Please come on to the dais, please, for honoring the dignitaries and the guests onto the dais. Requesting Sri J.S. Baragaru, Director Operations Sayang Pharma, along with memento and bouquet. And Sri Srihari Garu, Vaikuntrao Garu, Bamedi, Quality Head, Lupin. YV Shashkirao Garu, Mr. Venugopal, Director Viyash, M.V. Ramaraju Garu, Plant Head, TNS Labs. Sunil Roy Garu, TNS, please. Payati Virabhadra Garu, Head Quality Natco Pharma. Jinani Garu, Vice President, Operations, Vijay C. Organics. And M. Kiranmaya and Geeta, QF Varma Labs, please. Kiranmaya and Geeta Garu. Shri Manish Bhatkar, sir, please come. Sir is going to give the presentation on the prevention of cross-contamination, multi-product shared facilities. Subramaniam, sir, Madala. Sir is going to give the presentation on the operational safety and API manufacturing. Mahesh Vyas, sir. Sir is going to give the presentation on good practices in production, bulk drug manufacturing. And Biju Nair, sir. Sir is going to give the presentation on good practices in packaging, finished product manufacturing. Sir, please come into the desk with the group photo for all the members. Requesting Joint Director in charge Visakhapatnam and DD in charge C. Pandaram Prasad Garu. Okay. Now I'm requesting Sri Darabi Patel, sir, Secretary General IDMA, for his welcome address, please.
So good morning, all of you. I'm thankful to the organizers for supporting us in this movement that the DCGI's office, CDSCO, has organized with all the local quality heads. So last year we had several training programs, and this year this is the 5th one on good practices in production, and then we are going to have one in Kolkata on the same topic, good practices in quality control. So that only shows how keen the industry is to support the government in following the revised schedule. Of course, revised Schedule M is going to be a very tough job for all of us, but then we need to compete in this field, which most of us feel it is no more a market or no more a field. This is an arena where the fittest will only survive, and you will see that in the next 5 to 10 years. So in order to ensure that you survive, you will have to follow some good practices. Of course, we've been following good practices. That's why today India is supposed to be the number 4 as far as volume is concerned, and number 11 or 12 as far as value is concerned, because we make quality products which are affordable, which are very competitively priced, but we want to still better our best. So Mr. SSV Prasad, the Drugs Control AP, Shri Vijay Kumar, ADC, a very popular figure here, because first when we discussed exactly 1 month ago, on the 16th of December, and he said we expect about 400 people. I said it is impossible 400 people coming to Vizag. But he has proved me wrong with this wonderful gathering here. Madam K. Bhuvaneshwari, the ADC of Visakhapatnam, all the other drugs controllers, drugs inspectors, captains of the industry, young, budding employees of these wonderful companies who are in this part of the world, this part of the country, and maybe future entrepreneurs. I'm sure this is how the journey starts. And one day we will see several senior people in the industry from this audience. And then we'll have to be thankful to all the organizers for giving you this training. I must thank Mr. Manish Bhatkar, Mr. Subramaniam Madala, Mr. Mahesh Vyas, and Mr. Biju Nair. They have come from different places to impart their knowledge to us. So a very big round of applause for the organizers and the speakers. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you all at this pivotal workshop, Good Practices in Production, as per the revised Schedule M. This is organized collaboratively by CDSCO, IDMA, and Drugs Control Administration of Andhra Pradesh. You can see the lovely backdrop here with all the logos. And I must thank all our sponsors who, at the first instance itself, immediately agreed to sponsor this seminar, especially Bio4, NATCO, Laurus, and Hetero. And fortunately, they are all our members of IDMA. This initiative stands as a shining example of our shared commitment to elevating pharmaceutical quality and compliance, firmly aligned with the revised Schedule M. Our national president of IDMA, Dr. Viranchi Shah, has sent his best wishes to all of you for a very successful workshop. Over the course of this fiscal year, CDSCO and IDMA have undertaken a remarkable journey of collaboration, hosting 4 transformative workshops which focused on essential aspects of pharmaceutical manufacturing and quality management. These events have provided an invaluable platform for sharing knowledge, expertise, and best practices to foster excellence within the industry. Our journey began in Bangalore on 25th May 2024, that is last year, with an insightful exploration of product and process knowledge. Next, we delved into the pharmaceutical quality system in Baddi on 27 July. This was followed by an engaging session on quality culture in Daman on September 21st. And most recently, we convened in Ahmedabad on November 30th for an impactful workshop on vendor validation audit. Today, we gather here to focus on yet another cornerstone of pharmaceutical excellence, good practices in production as per the revised Schedule M, a subject of profound significance for ensuring both regulatory compliance and the safety of medicines that touch millions of lives today. We are missing Dr. Naresh Sharma and Mr. Ishwar Reddy, Dr. Ishwar Reddy, who has been a driving force behind all these seminars. For certain reasons, they were not able to make it. Our special thanks are to Mr. S. Vijay Kumar, the Deputy Director, Drugs Control Administration, whose unwavering dedication and efforts have been instrumental in organizing this event. Looking ahead, I am delighted to announce that our next workshop focusing on good practices in quality control is scheduled in Kolkata in March 25. I encourage all of you to join us for what promises to be yet another enlightening session. We embark on today's discussions, and let us remember that good practices in production are more than regulatory requirements. They are the bedrock of trust, safety, and innovation that define our industry. Together, through our collective efforts, we are not only shaping the future of pharmaceuticals in India, but also reinforcing our nation's reputation as a global leader in healthcare. Thanks to the CDSCO, our organizing team, our esteemed speakers, and every participant here for your dedication and commitment. Let us make today's workshop a truly transformative experience. As we take on this important journey together, let us keep this in mind. The pursuit of excellence is not a destination. It is a journey that drives innovation, builds trust, and creates a legacy for generations to come. Let our country, our states, become the leading lights as far as pharmaceuticals are concerned. All of you should be proud to be a part of this great industry which takes care of the world's population and also the population in our own country. So with these few words, I welcome you all and wish you happy deliberations. Please ask questions, make this more interactive and supportive with the organizers. Thank you very much, and Jai Ho the pharma industry.
Thank you, sir. Requesting all the members to give a big applause once again to the legendary personality of the pharma industry, Sri Darabai Patel, sir. Now I'm requesting Srimati K. Bhuvaneshwari, Madam, Assistant Drugs Control India, CDSCO, to deliver their address, please.
Respected Chief Guest, Shri M.N. Harendra Prasad Garu, Collector and District Magistrate, Visakhapatnam, Shri M.V. S.S.V. Prasad Garu, Director in Charge, Drug Control Administration, Andhra Pradesh, Shri Dara B. Patel Garu, Secretary General, Indian Drug Manufacturing Association, Shri S. Vijay Kumar Garu, Assistant Director, Drug Control Administration, Visakhapatnam, my officers and staff of CDSO Subzone, Visakhapatnam, and my colleagues from Drug Control Department, Visakhapatnam, and all the industry experts gathered here. Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone. It's my pleasure to invite everyone for the today's one-day workshop on good practices in production as per revised Schedule M. I sincerely thank, on behalf of CDSCO, the entire team of Drug Control Department, Andhra Pradesh, and the entire team of Indian Drug Manufacturing Association on their enthusiasm and spirit in organizing the today's workshop at Bulk Drug Manufacturing Hub, Visakhapatnam, which will surely benefit the stakeholders and the manufacturers of Andhra Pradesh. Drugs play an important role in the public health care, and the regulation of the drug is essential and necessary to ensure safety, efficacy, quality throughout the supply chain till the consumer receives the product. India is a major player in the global pharmaceutical industry. India is the world's largest supplier of generic medicines. And even it is a world third largest producer of drug and pharmaceuticals in large capital wise. And India is also exporting drugs for more than 200 countries. To meet the market demand and to supply the good quality products, safety and efficacy product to domestic market, and also to keep an Indian flag across the globe, it's a high time requirement and to need the requirement, and it is a need to amend the rules with respect to Schedule M. Central government has taken series of steps in upgradation of GMP. In 1961, GMP was with respect to the requirements and premises. We was talking about only the requirements of the equipment and the premises. In 1986, first amendment took place based on 1975 WHO guidelines. Further to 1986, the second amendment took place based on 1992 WHO GMP guidelines. Later, in 2018, draft notification with respect to Schedule M via GSR 994E dated 5th October 2018 was published. In continuation of the series of implementation, the central government, after consultation the Drug Technical Advisory Board, amended the drug rules 1945 with respect to Schedule M in par with the current WHO GMP guidelines. And it was published in GSR 922E dated 28th December 2023. This revised Schedule M, which talks in detail about the manufacturing practices and the requirements of premises, plant, equipment for pharmaceutical products. It talks about risk management, handling of risk management, and validation of equipments, qualification of equipments and the premises, and the change control procedures, and effective implementation of recall procedures, self-inspection, cleaning validation, documentation regarding audit trial, validation master plan, and computer system validation. So the revised Schedule M is in par with the current regulatory guidelines across the globe. The timeline which is given for implementation of the revised Schedule M was 6 months from the date of publication for those large-scale manufacturers where the turnover is greater than 250 crores. And for 1 year for the small-scale manufacturers, small and the medium-scale manufacturer, which a turnover for less than 250 crores. After GSR notification, CDSCO had taken initiation to impart training to the manufacturers and regulators across India to provide insights and also to disseminate about the provisions in the revised Schedule M. Even CDSCO had taken an initiation to strengthen the infrastructure of state and central government and also the laboratory facilities. Based on the training importance, under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Raju Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Control General India, training cell was created at CDSCO headquarters, New Delhi, which is headed by Dr. S. Ishwar Reddy ji, Joint Drugs Controller of India. The team of the training cell had taken initiative and more efforts to move across the India, east, west, north, and south part of the India, and imparted training with regard to the revised Schedule M to all the stakeholders and also to the regulators in coordination with the state licensing authorities and the Indian Drug Manufacturing Associations. Such training was happened at Visakhapatnam on November 4th, 2023. Apart from revised Schedule M training, even trainings are given for specific topics as planned today with the subject experts of relevant field to enlighten the knowledge of the industry experts. Even trainings are also conducted by CDSCO effectively to the regulators across the country, even in the regulation of medical devices, new drugs and clinical trials, import and export, gene therapy, vaccines, trial manufacturing facility inspections. that is, the mode of training, whatever is being conducted, it is to improve the network and the framework of documentation, dossier review, and the approval process with an ultimate aim to safeguard the public by providing quality, safety, and efficacy medicines to the domestic market and also to the across the globe. Enough time was given by the government for implementation of Schedule M. However, representations were received from the small and medium scale manufacturers, and the consideration was taken by the government, and a GSR 10E dated 4/1/2025 was published. Just I'll repeat this. A GSR 10E 4/1/2025, it was published, wherein it has informed that the implementation period of Schedule M for small and medium scale manufacturers is extended till 31/12/2025. So the manufacturer, and it is informed that manufacturer should submit an application to the CLA within a period of 3 months of the notification, that is before March 2025, as per the format which has been annexed in that GSR. Manufacturers should do a gap analysis and make a strategic plan for compliance with the revised Schedule M, and also it should inform the authorities that the reason for taking an for implementation time. Hence, all the small and medium scale manufacturers located in the jurisdiction of Andhra Pradesh are requested to submit the application to the CLA before March 2025 for seeking timeline extension for an year till 31/12/2025 for revised Schedule M implementation. Revised Schedule M is a significant step towards improving the quality of pharmaceutical products, but its success depends on the collective efforts of the stakeholders. Dr. Ishwar Reddy ji, Joint Drugs Controller of India, Dr. Naresh Sharma ji, DDCI, and Dr. Ramakrishnan ji, DDCA CDSCO Zonal Office, Hyderabad, could not join the workshop due to urgency and occupied schedule. I conclude my talk by thanking Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Drugs Controller General of India, and senior officials of CDSCO for giving me an opportunity to present before you all in behalf of CDSCO. Thanking you all once again, and welcome to this workshop.
Respected Sri Dara B. Patel sir, Secretary General IDMA, respected Vijay Kumar, Assistant Director, respected Pandurang Prasad sir, Joint Director, respected Bhuvaneswari Madam, Assistant Director, and my other colleague officers of DCA, manufacturers of AP and their technical team, not least but also more important, the speakers of today workshop. Good morning to all. First of all, I thank CDSCO organization and IDMA in organizing this workshop at Visakhapatnam of Andhra Pradesh. I appreciate the efforts of DCA Visakhapatnam for their involvement and initiation in making this workshop a grand success. At this junction, I request all the manufacturers and the technical team to use this opportunity and participate actively to utilize this workshop to upgrade the technology and skills in the concept of revised Schedule M. As you all know, since 2015, Andhra Pradesh have been ranked #1 in the ease of doing business. Now AP government has laid emphasis on speed of doing business to elevate industrial landscape under the leadership of industry-friendly and dynamic leader of our Chief Minister, Sri M. Chandrababu Naidu. Speed of doing business is a new mantra, and we will use it to move the fastest to create industrial zones. Focus shifted to speed of doing business to ensure that delay in giving approvals and other bottlenecks not to derail the business. The AP government has taken Visakhapatnam city into a destination for IT and pharmaceutical industry. The government of Andhra Pradesh accorded approval for relocating the bulk drug park project from Kakinada to Anakapalli in Nakkapalli at Anakapalli district, where over 3,000 acres of land is readily available with the project cost of 1,876.66 crores for internal infrastructure for bulk drug park. Now coming to GMP, quality, efficacy, safety of the drug has always been a matter of concern for public. Drugs being a very important component of healthcare system need special attention in this regard to their quality, efficacy and safety. The scope of quality control has come beyond the pharmaceutical laboratories. An examination of pharmaceutical operation will reveal that contamination may occur anywhere from receipt of raw materials to final product. Some are of variables in quality, including materials, machines, men and methods. Schedule M is a part of Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 that outlines good manufacturing practices for pharmaceutical products in India. Though the GMP was brought under legislation in 1988, many manufacturers, only some multinational companies and many manufacturers in the agriculture sector only ready to implement GMP. But many small-scale industries, manufacturers and medium-scale manufacturers are reluctant to adapt to the GMP. Hence, this Schedule M has brought into legislation. The Government of India has revised Schedule M wide in the year 2011. They have come into force in the year 2003 after a notification. But the date was extended a couple of times because of the reluctance of many of the manufacturers. Finally, Schedule M became applicable with effect from 1/7/2005. Good manufacturing practices in the part of quality management system to ensure that products are consistently produced and controlled to the quality standards and appropriate to their intended use. 5 major components of GMP are people, products, process, procedures and premises. And 10 principles of GMP are standard operating procedures, implementation of SOPs, documents, validation procedures, design and use of working systems, maintain system facilities and equipment, develop job competence of workers, prevent contamination through cleanliness, assuring quality control, and last but most important, GMP audits also. The recent incidents in our country and out of the country are posing a big challenge to the pharmaceutical industries. Deaths occurred on consuming cough syrups, and the recent incidents of Karnataka and West Bengal on large volume parenterals are posing a big challenges to the pharmaceutical industry. Many of the manufacturers think that all these are not necessary, SOPs, validation techniques are not necessary, but recently on production of ranitidine also, some impurity in NDMA is coming out. That NDMA is causing many side effects. So many manufacturers, such incidents when are coming, such things are whenever coming out, they are giving a very positive challenges to the pharmaceutical industry. So day to day, regularly we have to update our validation procedures and update our skills and update our knowledge. Thereby, government is also thinking more legislation, for strict legislation. So the pharmaceutical industry should take necessary safety precautions to see such incidents. And recently, it's a very bad thing also. Accidents in pharma industries taking many, occurring many deaths. So in these things, the pharmaceutical industry should take necessary safety precautions and see such incidents will not occur, so that the employees of the unit also are very important in making good manufacturing practice. Hence, there is a need for updating skills and knowledge to prevent such incidents. New revised schedule has come into force from January 2025. Hence, I again request all the manufacturers and technical team to participate actively and utilize the workshop to upgrade technology and skills in the concept of revised Schedule M. I finally thank our DCA team of Visakhapatnam and all the manufacturers for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thanking one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now the tea break for 15 minutes. Requesting all the members to maintain the time strictly, please. The tea is arranged in the second hall of this same venue.
It's my privilege to take this opportunity. Manish Badkar sir. Such an eminent personality, having a vast experience in the pharmaceutical sector, Mr. Manish Badkar sir, on the presentation of prevention of cross-contamination in the multi-product shared facilities, which is a very relevant topic to the Visakhapatnam region manufacturers, as they are engaged in the multi-product manufacturing in the same facility. So with this brief introduction, I am welcoming Mr. Manish Badkar sir to give his presentation to our Visakhapatnam region manufacturers. Thank you, sir. Sir, please requesting Mr. Manish Badkar sir to come on to the dais. And I requesting all the audience to pose the questions if you have anything after completion of the session. Thank you.
And good morning to you all. I take this opportunity to thanks CDSCO-IDMA and the local authority for giving me this opportunity to speak here in front of you and share my experience and knowledge, whatever I have gained in the brief period of 32 years, and speak on this specific topic, which is the most burning topic and which ensures, specifically the safety, quality, and efficacy of the drug products being manufactured in your facilities. And as Madam mentioned, like most of the facilities, I would say they are multi-product and shared facilities. Multi-product in the sense they may be manufacturing same products, but there can be different dosage forms, different presentations, different packages, as well as same facility manufacturing different molecules also, different products and so on. And to the tune like, sometimes you may have in the same facility being manufactured some high potent, products or some products which are cytotoxic in nature and so on. So when we talk about the shared facility, whether it is single product facility or shared facility, contamination and cross-contamination is an important topic. So I'm going to speak on this, and this comes from my logical interpretation of the guidelines, the revised Schedule M, and how did I put in terms of my experience and how do I interpret those guidelines. So in case you have any questions, there are any difference of opinions, so perhaps we can discuss that at the end of the session in the question answer session. So, okay, so please allow me. Okay. So this is the objective. This is what I want to discuss here. So at the end of my presentation, at least we will have, kind of a common understanding on the topic of contamination, cross-contamination, and its risks in multi-product facility. I will also like to give, some brief overview of the regulatory expectations from the schedule, the revised Schedule M, which is effective now from 23. And okay, I'm very sure, the authorities who are here, so perhaps my interpretation matches with them. I'll also try to share some good practices, examples, and case studies, so that aids into easy understanding of this topic wherever possible. And practical measures for preventing cross-contamination and various tools for monitoring and ensuring compliance in this specific topic. So just a brief background, what has changed from the previous, although we all know, but from 2018, like in the past, the previous version of Schedule M and now, so you have, it's in 3 parts. So part 1 is general, and it's a completely different from the previous Schedule M, and which is termed as main principles, and it is mandatory to follow. Whether you manufacture API or any dosage form, oral solids, sterile or whatever it is, or the biologicals, medical devices, whatever. So that part is mandatory for every manufacturer to follow. It has got one appendix as well, which is specifically for the site master file. And then there are part 2 to 12. There are total, 12 sections which are specified requirements for manufacturing of different product categories, which include sterile products, cytotoxic, and so on. And in this specific from the past version, 5 new categories are added into it. And then last, there is part 3, which is requirements for plant and equipment for manufacturing. And the speakers here previously mentioned, the genesis of the Schedule M and the regulations. So this was, I believe, what I understand. So this seems to be the starting point, the specific requirements of plant equipment, that from there, this Schedule M started. I believe so. No, I understood this in the morning today. And this specific section is similar to the previous version as well. All these requirements, I will not go into it. To me, what is the big change and a paradigm shift from the previous version is the attitude or the mindset. What I can say, this specific paragraph I have reproduced from the Schedule M, and that shows a paradigm shift in terms of interpreting the revised Schedule M. And what it says, this specific paragraph, sets the quality objectives, then it fixes the responsibility as well. And then it mandates a system to achieve quality objectives. So if you read here, manufacturer must assume responsibility for the quality. And then responsibility of senior management, staff at different department at levels, not only limited to that, but the company's suppliers and distributors as well. So that very, very clearly, so this to me is the main focus of the revised Schedule M. And that is what it talks about, to change your attitude, change your style, culture in terms of achieving the compliance. In addition to that, on some specific topics, particularly the air handling system and the water system, it gives direct references to the WHO guidelines. So that means it's integrated with the WHO guidelines and so on. Now coming specific to why HVAC system is because that is one of the primary systems for ensuring or for avoiding contamination and cross-contamination into the product. Also, I just did a quick, kind of word search in the schedule M previous as well as new, and what I see is like contamination word appears 243 times in the revised schedule M as compared to 46 in the previous, cross-contamination 60 and 13 respectively. So that itself gives, a kind of weightage to this specific topic. That's what is my interpretation. And when we talk about this direct references to the WHO guidelines, so what guidelines are these? These are the technical report series 1010 and 1019, specifically for the design as well as, qualification of the HVAC system. So these three guidelines, I mean our own Schedule M as well as these two technical report series of WHO, they are the heart of discussion in my topic today. So I want to set that as a background and to start with, the quick comparison between the previous version of Schedule M and now specific related to the contamination and cross-contamination topic. So on this slide you can see what Schedule M talks about premises design and layout. So in the previous version there was just a general focus on minimizing contamination and suggested specifically, two topics to achieve this. One is by ensuring smooth surfaces and then preventing entry of pests and insects. Whereas the revised schedule gives enhanced emphasis on minimizing cross-contamination through what? Through the logical workflow design, smooth surfaces, and segregated pathways for materials and personnel. So that shows like from general focus, move to enhanced emphasis on the control. So very specific topics. With respect to air handling and HVAC system, the previous version says you just require air conditioning and adequate ventilation with proper filtration for dust wherever it is required in the manufacturing. Whereas the new, the current version of Schedule M, it mandates validated HVAC system with defined air change rates, HEPA filtration wherever it applies, and pressure differentials to control the airborne contamination. Then with respect to segregation of areas, so segregation was mentioned only for hazardous materials and special categories like beta-lactams and cytotoxics and so on. Whereas in the current version, there are very strong requirements for physical segregation. Independent air handling units for the high-risk areas, and it recommends also the effective use of barriers, and particularly in the aseptic processing. Then with respect to cleaning and validation, though previous version focused on validated cleaning procedures, records for premises, equipment cleaning and so on, whereas in the current version it mandates robust cleaning validation with clear focus on residue limits. Very clear focus on residue limits. I mean, what you are looking for. So target is defined, like, then it also mandates on monitoring and effectiveness of the cleaning procedure. So it's not like, once validation is done and then it's over. You wash off your hand and continue with, the same practices. No, that effective monitoring is required. So that is the mandate. Then with respect to documentation requirements, very basic. In the past version, basic documentation requirement for cleaning and operational controls, whereas Schedule M is very specific and detailed. It talks about cleaning validation, it talks about the risk assessment, it talks about quality monitoring, and it talks about, very clear SOPs for the contamination control. Then on personal practices, like these are, yes, method, we talked about, facilities, equipment, method, and what about the practices? So previous version has very general training requirements on hygiene and personal cleanliness, change rooms with hygiene instructions. It says, change room should have hygiene instructions. Whereas Schedule M is very specific with respect to training as well. And particularly for people who are handling high-risk products, including cytotoxics and high-potency APIs such as, hormones. It also talks about regular health checks and rotation policy. Then some special provisions for high-risk products. The previous version suggested dedicated areas for very special products like beta-lactams, cytotoxic hormones, special handling instructions. But now there are very stricter guidelines. For example, it talks about isolators, it talks about disposable systems, it talks about independent AHUs for hazardous products to ensure the full containment in the facility. So, to summarize on this specific topic of contamination and cross-contamination, so what does Schedule M current version 23 provides? So it defines very clearly what is cross-contamination in dedicated facilities. It emphasizes on the risk assessment and control measures and enhanced requirements of facility design, personal practices, and focus on the validation as well. So before we go to the actual preventive measures and so on, so I would like to just align everyone here with respect to what do I mean by and what is my interpretation with respect to this term of contamination and cross-contamination. So this is kind of any unintended introduction of physical, chemical, microbiological or any other undesirable substance into or onto a raw material or an intermediate or a finished product during the entire course of its handling into your manufacturing facility. And these contaminants may arise from the environment such as dust, microorganisms or some foreign particles and so on. From people, if people are not following good hygiene practices, good work practices, gowning practices, or they are directly touching without hand gloves or whatever. So with respect to that, from the equipment, if we are not following the right cleaning practices from the previous product or from the equipment itself. For example, if I don't maintain the equipment properly, so it is quite possible that some components over a period of time, they might start shedding, the unwanted particles into the product as well. And from the materials, for example, you have substandard raw materials and PM. So you can see, I can link from that paragraph which I showed you in the very beginning of the presentation. Like, it talked about your vendors and suppliers as well. So that means this is all integrated here. Then with respect to cross-contamination. So that's a very specific type of contamination in which one material or one substance, one product unintentionally contaminates other material or the product. And it happens from, it can come from shared equipment when you have inadequate cleaning procedures, improper equipment usage methodology. So probably that is one source. Another source can be airborne particles, poor HVAC system design. So you have multiple products being manufactured, HVAC system not designed properly, it can come from there. Personal movement. If you have multiple products and uncontrolled movement of people from one area manufacturing one product into another area, so perhaps that can be another big area. Improper facility design. So lack of segregation or barriers between different production areas. So these are the areas, if weak, then you can expect contamination, cross-contamination into your product. So now cross-contamination is particularly critical in product facilities. If I am manufacturing only one product in a facility, of course, it is still important, but the risk is very low. For example, still, like, if your product tends to form some kind of degradation product over cleaning, and which is highly toxic in nature perhaps, so that can also lead to, cross-contamination or contamination into your product, subsequent products manufactured in the same facility. But perhaps that is not that much, critical. So that's why multi-product facilities, and that's what is the topic of this presentation and my talk as well. So what challenges normally we face in multi-product shared facilities? Like, we handle diverse formulations into it. So in one section you have tablets being manufactured, other section you have injectables, some other, capsules and powders, and so this is difficult, in terms of, so when you have, it's a challenge to control contamination into a facility, multiple product, that is first challenge. Second is, because you have so many products being manufactured, so cleaning validation complexity is another. Yesterday I recall, over dinner we were discussing on this specific topic, by accident, and we realized that this is one of the things. And we see, then because we have shared facilities, so many times it happens that you have many portable equipments, or otherwise one equipment used in this section perhaps transferred into another section. So that is also another area which can, that is very challenging. Risk of mix-ups in storage and manufacturing. So perhaps you have quarantine areas in between the manufacturing steps. So you move product in one specific area. So tablets are coming there, capsules are coming from one section into another, and many times you have a common quarantine area. So that is another area of cross-contamination. And residue carryover as well as the trace impurities. So these are challenges, because what happens usually, there are limitations with respect to cleaning validation also. What do? That we try to see the residue of a previous product manufactured. But imagine that I have cleaned my equipment with some acidic, weak acids or weak bases, and this product tends to degrade. But I don't see the degradation product as the residue or carryover in the next product. I might see there is no molecule, but possibly that degradant we are not checking, right? So that's what is another area which is extremely challenging. Now, as per my interpretation, so I have taken, these 4 key points from the Schedule M, which are the key provisions for cross-contamination. And these 2, first, which is facility design, airflow systems, are the primary prevention measures and controls, particularly the HVAC system design. But HVAC system design is not effective. You have very good HVAC system design, but the layout is not right. The facility layout is not good. So perhaps that may not, it will lose its importance and effectiveness. So that's why these 2 factors, facility design, particularly segregation of product specific areas and dedicated production facilities for high risk products. So they go hand in hand. Very good design with, weak designed HVAC system have very limited, effectiveness, and vice versa. So similarly, airflow systems, they should have adequate HVAC design to prevent airborne contamination and use of differential pressures and HEPA filters. So these, then you have very good facility, but your cleaning procedures and methods are weak. So then again, it will have, very limited capabilities, very limited effectiveness. If you have all 3 good, but your practices are not good, so perhaps again effectiveness can be lost. So that's why if I have to achieve, to ensure the highest level of cross-contamination prevention, so I need to have completely balanced approach, and all these factors, all these variables need to be, controlled very tightly and so on. So now, one thing again, which I missed to mention in the beginning, that change in attitude and change in thought process is like, it talks about the pharmaceutical quality system and the quality risk management. And that is a kind of, foundation for everything you do. So that means on top of this, all these four, factors, preventive measures for cross-contamination, and I would put on those, the Schedule M talks about that, they should all be based upon, proper risk assessment and so on. So that means if I am designing a facility or an airflow system or a cleaning and validation system or the personal practices, they should be all risk-based. For example, if I have limitations in my facility design or the equipments have some limitations, so perhaps my cleaning methods, they should compensate for those weaknesses and those limitations. And similarly, the practices as well. So practical measures to prevent contamination here, and again, you can see the risk assessment is sitting in between all these factors. So facility layout design consideration, we discussed this, but Schedule M says logical. How can you prevent contamination based on your facility and layout design? Is by logical workflow for materials personnel, use of barriers and airlocks to separate clean and less clean areas. And we will see some examples. I'll show you some pictures and so on in later slides. Then airflow systems, they should design and validation of HVAC system with appropriate air changes per hour. Then it should maintain, appropriate differential pressures between the different clean zones and different, work areas and so on. And then all these, it's not only the air changes per hour, established one time, but over a period of time, the system also loses its, it degrades, the performance degrades because of, blockages of your filters and so on. So it should be a continuous monitoring system. There should be a continuous monitoring system for that. For equipment management, so we can think like, these preventive measures can think about dedicated or shared equipment, use of disposable systems where feasible to prevent, cross-contamination. So these are some of the measures. Cleaning validation essentials, use of validated cleaning protocols with the defined residue limits, routine cleaning effectiveness checks using visual checks, swabs, rinse, test and so. Personal practices with respect to the proper gowning procedures, including the restriction of movements, only people who are required to work in a particular area. So access control, that is another measure. Specific training for people who are handling, high risk products wherever it is required. So not only from the contamination point of view, but also from the people safety point of view as well. And regular health checkups and rotation policies for the operators. With respect to documentation and monitoring, so maintenance of SOPs for contamination control and periodic reviews, audits to ensure the compliance. Then all these elements, when you design these preventive measures, we were discussing yesterday that one size cannot fit all. What applies to one manufacturing company cannot be copied into another manufacturing plant. And even in the same company, on two different sites or two different lines, things can differ. So that's why this risk assessment is extremely important. What is a big risk in one line may not be a risk in another line because of the nature of the product or the way you are operating or the design of the system and so on. So that's why that risk assessment is extremely important. So now, because as we discussed here in this particular slide, that these two together, combined together, they form the base, by design contamination control measures. So I will spend, some more time some more slides on these two specific topics with some examples. So when I talk about HVAC system, so they play an important role in maintenance of the quality of the products and direct. So they have direct relation to the quality of the product, not like indirect relation. Their essential design considerations are GMP requirements for prevention of contamination, cross-contamination, then to provide comfortable working conditions as well, and protection of the environment as well as operators. Like wherever you are handling hormones perhaps, so not good for exposure, not good for people, and neither good for people nor it is good for the, like you release the effluent into the environment. So perhaps, HVAC serves all these three purposes. Like one, prevents product contamination, then prevents, environment, people, as well as maintain the comfortable conditions. So the HVAC system design impacts, and vice versa, the architectural building layout as well. Science and risk-based approach should be followed throughout the life cycle, like right from the design, its qualification, as well as the maintenance. And then, this has been taken from the guidelines. These key points, like the guideline very clearly says that risk assessment is not a substitute of GMP. Like there is a fashion, like if we have some weakness, prepare one risk assessment document. Okay, fine, that's okay. But that is not a substitute of GMP. That's what these guidelines, very clearly talks about. So as I talked about, so we discussed this. So from these, because these WHO guidelines, Technical Series 1010 and 1019, they are integrated with the Schedule M. So on this specific topic, so I have taken these 19 key points from these guidelines, in which I am discussing with you now. So manufacturing of products in controlled environment as defined by the manufacturer, that is the key requirement. HVAC design should be closely coordinated with architectural design. If we fail in doing that, so perhaps by design we cannot have an effective measure, contamination control measure. Prevent infiltration of unfiltered air into the manufacturing facility. Facilities to be maintained at a positive pressure with respect to outside, that is a risk mitigation measure in place if negative pressure to the outside. So it defines the cleanliness level based upon the product types, process used, and the product characteristics. So obviously contamination is not required in any of the pharmaceutical product. But if I compare between the tablet products and the sterile products, so perhaps the same requirement magnifies multifold in the later as compared to the former, and so on. So depending upon the type of the product and process. So room conditions have to be attained by heating, cooling, air filtration, air distribution, airflow rates, and air exchange rates. Production areas equivalent to other areas where starting materials, products, primary packaging materials, utensils, and equipment are exposed to the environment. Like, yes, product is important, but so important are the machine parts, which are coming in contact with the raw materials and which eventually get transformed into a product and so on. So that means it's not required only for the manufacturing areas, but also same level of controls are required for those areas where I may be storing my machine parts and so on. So which will be, eventually used into my manufacturing process. So again, risk assessment, very important. So wherever we feel there is a risk of contamination, and those areas, they require same level of control. Then premises and HVAC design, they should be appropriate to achieve containment, cleanliness, and appropriate levels of protection of the product, personnel, and environment. And containment, cleanliness, and protection facilitation can be obtained through what correct building layouts, building finishes, use of airlocks for materials as well as the product flow paths, many times pass through hatches, which are again, similar to the airlocks as well. Change rooms and passages for the movement of people and the movement of people as well as materials, and maintenance of adequate differential pressures. As far as possible, one-way flow should be achieved for the materials as well as people, waste, movement, and so. Wherever there is, you are entering into the finishing areas or where the product is exposed, so the airlocks should also be, same level of cleanliness. Door opening directions are extremely important. Like, you are maintaining a differential pressure in this room, so that means the door should automatically close towards, the direction of the air, or otherwise it would always remain open and your differential pressure would be meaningless. You will not be able to maintain. Ergonomic factors, specifically like where that focus should be on where people, equipment, they are placed, and the manner in which they would be utilized. And particularly it plays a very important role in the manufacturing of sterile products, where people are working and sterile product is exposed. So airflow directions are extremely important, and that's why ergonomic factors, they play more role into that manufacturing. Cross-contamination control measure due to door opening we discussed. Return and exhaust filters and grill designs are also extremely important. Many times we see you enter into a manufacturing facility and you can experience the howling sound. So air is entering and there are no silencers. So perhaps that impacts the air distribution as well into that area. And then integration with the principles of quality management system. Like once you have designed a facility, but making any changes, so a proper control of those changes. So anything which is changing, anything which has an impact because of that change and can have eventually lead into contamination of the product. So perhaps you need to redo the validation and demonstrate that these changes are not impacting the quality of the product and so on. So quality management system properly, risk assessment, impact assessments, and so. Then qualification and validation is also extremely important, and this is a life cycle approach. Because the Schedule M adopts the WHO guidelines, and as per the guidelines, it's a life cycle approach. Like the qualification and validation, once you have validated, that doesn't mean that I don't have to revalidate the system. So it has to be an ongoing process. And these guidelines, this picture has been taken from these guidelines. It talks about what parameters have to be validated and which guidelines need to be followed with respect to some special precautions and so on. So I'm not reading that. You can refer 1010 and 1019 TRS. So we'll briefly talk about design and components. So capacity, when you design the facility, the capacity is extremely important. Like the capacity will depend upon what kind of filtration levels are required, what kind of heat is generated in that area where you want to supply the air, and what number of air changes are required. So the capacities are extremely important. So a brief kind of guidance document is there and some magic numbers like 20 air changes. 20 air changes, and this is a kind of just a guidance, and in the disguise of 20 air changes we design a clean room which at least complies the specific regulatory guidelines. But to be frank, depending upon what is the nature of activity which is happening in that particular area, what kind of heat loads, how many people are working in that area and so on. So the air changes can be as high as 100 and 400 and 500 also in specific requirements like sterile products manufacturing and so on. Material of construction should be a special, like when we talk about the facility, we talk about cleaning of the facility as well. So the material should not be such that they start shedding particle over a period of time. So selection of materials. clearly marked components like, sensors or filters, dampers, piping, ducts, various different valves and controllers. Condensate drains, and these components are taken from the guideline as such. Environmental control limits, they should be specified and achieved throughout the life cycle of the system and facility. Recovery rates, because what happens, there can be disruptions into manufacturing. There can be planned disruptions or unplanned disruptions. You may have power failures over a period of time. So what should be done in that case? What is the standard recovery time? If you shut down your facility for annual maintenance, so what is the recovery time? In how much time can you recover back to the original validated conditions? So those must be established. Risk assessment for the critical component and failure. When I say FMEA, so that is one of the methods of risk assessment. So that is not important, but risk assessment is important for this thing. So what happens if fails, so that people who are working, they must have very clear idea, like, if this component fails, then what should I do? How can I protect, my product and so. Air inlets and outlets, they should be appropriately located so that whatever air changes and the air distribution you have designed for, you should be able to achieve that. System performance should be controlled and monitored continuously to ensure continuous compliance. Wherever there are alarms and so on, there should be alarms to alert the people who are actually working in the area, and they should take appropriate action. Then the quality system, quality management system, like impact assessment. So if something fails, what can be the impact onto the product? So those things, there should be very, very clear guidance, so that everybody, you take appropriate actions if certain things fail in the system. What is important is AHO startup and shutdown sequence. So very small little thing, but has a great impact. Like, you are maintaining pressure, high pressure in the manufacturing areas as compared to the surrounding areas. So that means if I have to restart the system in the event of power failure, so it should not happen. I start the surrounding area issue first, and it will push all the contamination which is there into the critical area and so on. So shutdown as well as startup sequence is also extremely important. Then this guideline also talks like periodic AHU switching off, that should be avoided, and if you are doing that, then there should be a justification to demonstrate that there is no impact to the quality of the product. And this picture, I am just reproducing from the ISP guideline, and you can see like many companies, they come and they talk and discuss that why should not we stop HUs in the night time when we are not operating. So the point is, we are talking about the recovery periods. How much time do you take for recovering from that condition and so on. So the answer would be like, why do you want to switch off? To save the power. So at least you can turn it down. Like the ceiling fan in your rooms, what you do that when there is a cold, comparatively cooler conditions so you will run at 1 speed or otherwise 5 speed and so on. So perhaps you can turn down, and the same level of cleanliness can be maintained when you turn it down at low energy levels and so on. So instead of switching off, so perhaps you can turn it down. Some design components, like I'll share these pictures. I have not drawn these pictures, I have just reproduced from these 1010 and 1019 guidelines. So full fresh air. In some areas when we have highly hazardous materials or the solvents operating, so normally this kind of design is normally utilized in that area. Air recirculation system. So in some areas where you do not have these kind of hazardous conditions, so perhaps you can recover as much energy as possible by recirculation. But with recirculation comes different hazard. Contamination can be, and cross-contamination can be a hazard. So how to negate that? So perhaps you need to think about the proper filtration systems. So maybe a simple application, maybe some kind of, IF grade filters are okay, but if I am recirculating, so perhaps risk is more, so I may go for a higher grade, particulate air filters with absolute filtration capability and so on. The guideline also talks very clearly about the kind of filtration that should be used. So for example, if I need a very high level of containment requirements when I am using cytotoxic product or a sterile biological products, so I will have kind of G, F and H combination of filters of different filtration capabilities and so on. Air filtration, airflow direction and differential pressures. So this is something which is extremely important aspect of the HVAC system design. So if I have a multiple products manufacturing facility, then the concept, how I would like to control, so in picture if you see, like there are two weighing booths happening here, and this is a pre-staging area and this is, a post-staging area. That means material movement is from this side and I weigh the material and then dispense into the manufacturing or pass on into the manufacturing area. So that means you can see here the airflow directions, like the powder, this area is where the lot of powder would be generated. So the airflow direction is in such a manner from these airlocks that this is pressurized, it is pushing air outside as well as inside. So it's kind of, a bubble. This is called as normally a bubble. So that, powder remains within this particular area. So as we discussed, like yes, this is very effective control, but if I do not have proper door interlocks here, so perhaps it may not be so functional and so effective and so on. So it's a combination of lot many things. Now the guidelines also very specifically talks about the differential pressure zero setting. They should be tamper proof and to be checked regularly, or otherwise there are chances that it may not show the right numbers and so on. Now in this particular example, if you see the same kind of control over here, like here you have product non-viable, the particulate generation, product particulate generation over here. So these areas are negative, whereas this corridor is positive, and with respect to the outer side, this is more positive. So that means air is moving out in this direction from here, so that the particles which are generated here, they are not at any given point in time would be coming into the common areas, and there is another control with respect to the airlock. So that means the HVAC design with the layout design, so combined control. Now if you see the difference between this and this pressure is 15 pascals. So that means it should remain 15 pascals in all conditions. For example, if pressure is varying here, so again this should relatively vary that much, so that the differential pressure at the end eventually should remain 15 pascals and so on. So that's the intricacy of design, and that should be this kind of risk assessments. They become basis of the design of the system as such. Now these are the components of air handling system and what kind of attributes of the environment they impact. This matrix shows, for example, air handler controls temperature, humidity, room static. I'll not go into this. Maybe I'm sure IDMA will arrange to share this presentation with all the participants. So I'll skip through this and go to certain other important topics and so. So we discussed about HVAC system, some critical components and what kind of controls, what things must be considered when designing the system and operating the system. Similarly, with respect to the plant layout design, now you can see here is one reproduction from the WHO guideline, an example of a typical dispensing area and a typical change room areas and so on. So which shows, again we discussed similar example in the previous area, previous slide. So on this slide, we are talking about the importance of direction, flow directions, as well as the importance of the airlocks. So which are, a kind of the cushion between the area where there is a exposure of the product as compared to the surrounding areas and so on. So for example, a typical washing area, we discussed about the direction of the flow and so on, unidirection. So the dirty equipment comes for washing into this central area, and it follows exactly, the uniform path. It goes in this direction. That means the equipment is received here, pre-cleaning happens here, washing happens in this area. Here there is a drying, and the dried equipment are stored here. So it follows a unidirection. It doesn't, go out from the other, so that, it contaminates the path or vice versa. So these are, three examples. Like you can see, when you have to integrate the HVAC design and facility, so how the air should flow from the processing area into the airlocks. Like cascade airlock, you have air flowing from one direction. You have the sink type of design, where you have the low pressure on both sides, so that air moves from both sides and contained into the airlock as such. Whereas the third kind of design is a bubble design, like the airlock is the highest pressure with respect to the both surrounding areas, the processing area as well as, the service areas and so on. So all these designs, they are like, depends upon the risk assessment. What kind of product you are manufacturing, what kind of complexities you have, and what works for you best. So you need to, justify that and select, the appropriate design. Now the design concept, like if I have to grade, this picture explains that this is kind of an onion. So you have circular layers built upon one another, and you will have the innermost portion, which is the most protected portion. So this is the area where my product is exposed. So that is my the cleanest area. Surrounding area would be, the preparation areas where I prepare, the components for manufacturing and so on, and followed by the ancillary areas, and then the outer environment and so on. So this is a shell-like containment control concept. And as we already discussed, like level 1 area, general cleaning, where the general normal housekeeping is required, so which can have only primary filters like the G series filters, G3, G4, G5, these series filters, which are for the gross filtration. Then the level 2 area, which is more protected as compared to the level 1 area, and this is where, your primary activities are happening. For example, it may be you are storing the material in their original packs, you are moving the material, and then perhaps you are cleaning the equipments and so on. So that is the level 2 area, which requires the higher level of protection. And so the combination of filters would be G and E, G and F level of filtration would be. And level 3 area is where actually the product is exposed and the product contact parts are exposed, where more higher level of containment would be required. And it's a combination of G, F and H filters. So that means H means the HEPA filter category and so. So now to provide the right environment in these 3 different levels as per the filtration level we just discussed about, HU filtration with, G and F filters, return or exhaust air grills, and recirculation system. Similarly, I have couple more examples over here. I'll not go into the details. So because we are discussing about implementation of the Schedule M, and particularly for the manufacturers who are already running their facilities for many years in the past. So typically it becomes, kind of challenge for them, and investment is a big challenge. So I have just prepared, based on my experience, this particular slide, like what can be the extent of implementation and how much it should, cost you. This gives, just a brief numbers and so on. So perhaps when we talk about the HVAC system, it has got, two sides. One is, we normally call it as, high side, which is more related to the treatment of the air, where energy is required. Heating and cooling, so cooling towers and chillers and heaters and boilers, all those things, that forms the upside or the high side. And the low side will be the fans and filtration system, where energy is not required, but the filtration is required and so on. So perhaps if I have, so decision is completely, the requirement of the Schedule M is you need to filter the air and to ensure, there is no contamination, and contamination is prevented to the product, cross-contamination prevented to the product and so on. So it can be achieved by multiple ways. It can be a simple system, which is very low capital intensive thing, but there is very high, revenue cost for it. And the reliability, performance and safety are rated also low in this case. And on the other hand, we have higher side, where the capital requirement is more, but the regular cost of maintaining and operating the system is extremely low. And on the other hand, the systems are also very reliable, performance and safety. So these figures, whatever you see here, they are just, some based on the experience. Are prepared for a facility of a size, 2000 meters square, manufacturing multiple products and so on. So this is something which I just wanted to share with you. So the challenges in the existing facilities, be like, when you want to upgrade the facility. So these are certain challenges, and you should just wanted to bring this slide to say, like, how you can meet these challenges. Supply chain disruptions. So plant shutdown for a significant amount of time. HVAC system revamping is not a simple job. Like, you can, when you get into it, so perhaps you will discover, many more things, and it takes a lot of time. It can take a lot of time. Space requirements. The facility is already running for many years. You may have some design constraints, and new AHU systems, where would you place? That can be a challenge. Statutory compliances, like there can be increased power demand requirement and effluent licenses and so on. Validations and requirement of the trained staff. So these are certain challenges which you should be prepared, and if you prepare properly, so perhaps implementation cannot be, a big issue. So coming to the next points, I'll quickly go through the other area of other measures of contamination and cross-contamination prevention is cleaning and validation. So key objectives of cleaning and the validation is to prevent residue from the previous product batches, to prevent cross-contamination, prevent residues from the cleaning agents or tools. Many times, what the brushes you would be using or the wipes you are using, so perhaps they can also contaminate your product. So that should also be taken into consideration. And also from the equipment, like the equipment may have multiple components, and they also, over a period of time, they would shed, the impurities into the product. Ensure consistent cleaning effectiveness through the scientifically validated procedures. Comply with regulatory requirements and uphold, product quality and patient safety. So these are the key objectives of the cleaning that you would implement in your manufacturing facilities. So what are the components of cleaning and validation is like, first is define, specify, and then establish. So what do you have to define is your cleaning procedures, your cleaning protocol, and which is dependent upon the risk. Again, so if you have a manual cleaning process, so perhaps you can expect a lot of inconsistency with respect to the cleaning, one operator to another operator, one time to another time. So perhaps that variability can be there. When you have, either you have cleaning in place system, COP accordingly. Specify, so you specify the method, which includes what kind of cleaning agents you would be using, what kind of, critical process parameters you would be using, like temperature, time, volumes, pressures, whatever. And establish frequency and conditions for the cleaning. So these three are important aspects when you are developing and designing your cleaning procedures. With respect to the validation process, like establish performance document. What? Establish the acceptance criteria, and there are various different methods which have been prescribed by various different guidelines and regulatory agencies and so on. And very common are like, therapeutic dose basis, or if you go to Europe, so perhaps Europeans are more with respect to PD and AD, kind of parameters. Perform the cleaning validation studies, and in this case also demonstrate that your methods are capable of cleaning the equipment in the worst case situations. Worst case situations can be, for example, I run a campaign, so I need to demonstrate that end of the campaign when my equipment has seen 10 number of batches, I am able to clean, or it is held up for 6 hours. So let's say I clean, 2 days holiday, and then I come back on Monday. So perhaps the residue has sticked very tightly onto the equipment, so which is not equivalent to a cleaning immediately after manufacturing a batch and so on. So what can be the worst case situations? You need to identify that and accordingly design and develop your cleaning validation process. So when it comes to cleaning validation of a method, so the analytical method also is equally important. If you are not able to detect the residue as per your acceptance criteria, or to define that you have removed the residue, so it is meaningless activity and so, right? So that's why cleaning as well as sampling methods are also equally important, and they should also be validated. Cleaning, when we talk about cross-contamination, so that means the specific methods are extremely important. Document the results. So documentation is extremely important, and not only the results, but identify the trends, identify the conditions under which you can expect variability. You need to know the normal variability into your cleaning procedure and processes, and that must be established as part of your routine controls. So if you see some variations or variability which is beyond the established variation, so again deviation controls and so on are required. So routine monitoring and revalidation. So here keywords are conduct and adjust. So you conduct periodic checks to ensure continued state of control and compliance with respect to the cleaning validation process, and accordingly you adjust it. For example, you change something, you change the batch size, perhaps you need to adjust your cleaning procedures as well. You introduce a new molecule into the same manufacturing line, so perhaps you need to again adjust your cleaning process. At least you need to evaluate if adjustment is required or not. So what are the best practices for effective cleaning is consider using dedicated equipment, and specifically for the high risk products. Reduce human error. So how to do it is by trying to see if it is feasible to include automation into the process, so that the process consistently delivers the same results. People can be very unpredictable. Same person, different mindset, in the morning, in the presence of boss, in the absence of boss. So perhaps things can, change a lot. Appraisal gone bad, so perhaps can impact, my cleaning procedure also, right? Somebody is smiling there, I can see. So, so minimize variability by using standard processes. I have seen many cleaning procedures, and many times, the basics of cleaning are missing into this process. Like, how do you define the process? And I take this from my kitchen as such, So there is no difference between, cleaning your utensils when you have cooked the food and cleaning your manufacturing equipment. So I see no difference in that, both cases you need pure equipments and so on. So the cleaning would contain normally, these 3 steps, which is pre-cleaning, actual cleaning. When the pre-cleaning, this is a gross removal. For example, I see the product in my equipment and I might manually scrape or automatically scrape the equipment to remove as much residues as possible. I have time? Okay, all right. So removal by water or air jet and so on. And what kind of critical process parameters you need to fix critical process parameters for the pre-cleaning as well. Like, scraping, then what kind of scrape, how much you should be using and so on. If I am using, water jet or air jet, so perhaps its pressure, its flow rate and so on are important. Or otherwise there can be inconsistency with respect to cleaning from one time to another time. And the critical quality attributes for this can be as simple as visible checks, like visibly all particles have been removed, all the material residue is removed from. Next step is cleaning, and which usually is soaking or you neutralize the material by some agent, or you use sometimes surfactant or some specific cleaning agents and so on. And then cleaning with multiple times. It can be one-time cleaning or multiple 2x, 3x, or 4x. 3 circulations, 4 circulation, depending upon the nature of the product and so on. So it removes the product residue below the established limits. Maximum acceptable carryover limits. Usually a neutralizer or cleaning agent is used in this, and normally we recirculate. So maybe I drain first or recirculate, whatever. Critical process parameters in this case can be flow, pressure, time, temperature, pH, and whatever. And critical attributes are visible, and evaluating, measuring the residue by using a specific validated analytical method. Then the last step is post-cleaning, which is usually rinse, drain, dry, and then pack and store the dried components and so that they are not recontaminated after cleaning. And usually the objective is to remove the cleaning agent. Whatever agent I have used, maybe a surfactant here or a detergent or some acid or some base or whatever, so that is completely removed. Usually rinsing and not recirculated normally. CPPs can be flow, time, and CQS can be visible or non-specific method like pH conductivity or TOC method. And again, you see a big arrow over here, risk assessment. So all these parameters, they need to be designed based on the risk assessment. Coming to the last preventive measure for cross-contamination, and very important because you have good cleaning procedures, you have good equipment, good facility, very nice air handling system, but you have bad operators, you have bad practices being followed, culture not good, attitude not good. So those things would not help you much. So that's why this is extremely important. So wherever possible, like minimize the human-induced cross-contamination wherever it is possible. So by design itself, if you not involve humans in the critical activities and risk activities, so perhaps that could be the best. But I know it is not possible, it is not feasible actually. So if not feasible, then ensure that people are trained, they are well equipped, and they are disciplined in terms of, you know, adhering to the established procedures. We were discussing yesterday, like SOPs are one thing, but actually what people do, there can be difference in practices and so on. And that comes from various different elements which can be complicated SOPs or difficult to follow procedures and so on. So perhaps that is that one area. So equipping means that they should have a simple procedure, they should have right tools available for executing their responsibilities. Training and competency. So provide regular training on GMP, personal health, hygiene, cross-contamination risks, that what are the risks in your facility, so that makes, you know, more sense. And specific procedures for the high-risk zones. So for example, you are handling high potency API and spillage happens, so what should be done in that particular case? Because this is an extraordinary situation. This perhaps your design would not be able to handle this kind of exigency. So those kind of things must be there. Assess and document the personal competency through evaluation. So it's not like many companies I have seen, and I always see, like training means documentation. But whether that training is effective or not, so that assessment plays, you know, a very critical role and part. So combined with the quality management system, that means the regular audits and evaluation whether, you know, our SOPs are being followed by people on the shop floor is another important aspect. With respect to personal hygiene, so these are the three keywords: that enforce mandate and regular health checkups, regular checkups, and so on. So enforce proper hand washing techniques, mandate the removal of jewelry, cosmetics, personal items in the manufacturing areas, regular health checks to ensure employees are fit to work in the manufacturing areas, and specifically when we talk about the sterile product manufacturing and so. Gowning and protective gears. So keywords are define what are your gowning requirements for each area. So again, this is risk based. When I am working in a level 1 area and level 3 area, so perhaps my gowning requirements can, you know, change accordingly. Then next keyword is use. Disposable or sterilizable garments, gloves, face masks, shoe covers, wherever it is feasible required. And ensure proper donning and doffing procedures to avoid the contamination. So it's not only gowning, but degowning is also extremely important. If so perhaps I go in the manufacturing area, collect all the contaminant on my gowns, and do not follow right procedure, can lead to propagation of that contamination into the facility. So donning and doffing, both the procedures equally important. Behavioral controls, and the key words here are educate, prohibit, and disciplinary measures. You know, where required, people not following, so perhaps you may have to resort to the disciplinary measures as well. Good personal practices are assign personnel exclusively to the specific areas to reduce cross-contamination. Many times color coding can also help, and empower employees to report issues like spills, non-compliances immediately. So that should be the culture building facility. They should come and tell, you know, quickly that things are not working and so on. So that culture must be promoted in the organization. So to summarize, cross-contamination prevention is critical. That you can see with number of, you know, references of contamination. That was my simple measure of evaluating that. The Schedule M emphasizes on modernized approaches, including the risk-based methodologies, facility design, and robust operational controls. And the practical measures, including cleaning and validation, personal practices, advanced HVAC system play a vital role in mitigating the risk. And I think for the audiences here, the key takeaways are cross-contamination is preventable. It's preventable with meticulous planning, proactive risk management, and commitment from all levels of the organization. And by implementing the outlined best practices, we can achieve safer and more efficient. And I think that is what is the objective of this revision of this Schedule M. And I'll say this is the call to action for the people who are taking this message from this room, this hall, is ensure alignment with the regulatory standards by adopting a quality-driven and science-based approach, and promote a culture of compliance and awareness among all personnel to maintain a contamination-free manufacturing environment. So with this, I end my talk here. Thank you very much for patience listening.
You can take the question from you can take any.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are welcome. Yes, please. Mike.
Yeah, please. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. Actually, this is not a question. I just want to share you 2 points here. One is one case who discussed with me, one Bangladesh manufacturer who is having a regulatory plant, and he was sharing his experience when his Europe audit was going on. They asked about they have a clean room, having a terminal filter, HEPA filter, and risers. Of course, risers were concealed risers in the wall. And that inspector asked to open the grill, and he has put his hand inside. There was a white powder, as there, very nanometric, nano type of material and all that. He asked, how do you clean this? So he asked me. I said, maybe you require a cleanable or openable duct outside, and you have to keep a one veranda, something like that, to always do the maintenance for the ducts and all that. But really, when it is having a terminal filter, HEPA filter, but really that his question is, HEPA filter can stop up to some microns. But when the material go to the air, maybe some nano particles also may contaminate and all that. I never crossed this type of this thing. And another one I wanted to share with you, I had been to so many facilities in Europe and China, but nobody writes their SOPs in English. They write in their own languages. So the operator also will very comfortable reading the SOP and what he is doing, what is written actually they knows. In India also, because all our SOPs are written in English, and down in shop floor, so many people may not be able to understand English, or they're very reluctant to read, understand.
Right.
So whenever, I don't want to say avoid English, but along with English, if you put some local language also, one SOP in English, the same will be translated in the local language. Maybe the GMP will be very nearer to the people who are reluctant to work in the GMP way. So they think that is very simple. What I am doing is this thing and all that. That may implant in their, that mindset will go. That GMP is something like some ghost, something like that. That's 2 points only. Just wanted to share with you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. So yeah, again, risk assessment. So if there is a risk that people would not understand English, so nobody, I think regulators are here. I don't think they would stop you writing the SOPs in the local vernacular language. And it's very common. We are doing one project for our client who is based in Argentina. And they send us, huge amount of documents, and which are all written in their language, which is Spanish. And it takes us, a lot of time to, translate and understand. So whatever works best for your people to follow, we should follow that. Again, with respect to the first example, so it's not only Bangladesh, but I'm very sure we would also have similar kind of things and issues. So when I design the facility, so at that point in time, I must know about the risk and limitations of my design, and accordingly, I should also design my cleaning procedures. So very common, like many people would agree, if you have been using, fluid bed granulator, and European walks into your facility, everyone knows what he is going to look at. He would go, he would see the bags, he would go, he would see the explosion chamber, and if I see, some kind of powder traces over there, so perhaps can become, a big matter which is related to, cross-contamination. You can expect, critical observations on that. So perhaps that is what is the risk assessment. If I see design has a limitation, I expect the powder would remain trapped in these areas, so it should be in my SOP then, that I should open it, if not possible every batch, but at least, periodically. I should study, like significant amount of contamination accumulates when I manufacture 10 batches. So perhaps every 10 batch, then it should be a procedure and it should be a process and so on. So I think that's what I think about it.
Good afternoon. Myself is Uday Bhaskar. I am an expert of conformity assessments. I just wanted to understand myself that, except regulatory perspective, is there any third-party system to assess the competency of the particular units in the pharma industry? This is for my knowledge purpose.
Third party. I am not aware of that exactly, like very specific, but there are people available. I have done it for many people have done, this kind of competency assessment. Sorry? So Europe, possibly, yes. Yeah. Okay.
So in India, it is not available, right?
At least I am not aware of that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much once again. Yeah.
Sir, you want this laptop? You use it. I will start it. Please take it to them. Over and laptop.
You need a phone. See that.
Chudama, C-type.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. That is a very heavy, a very detailed, deep dive presentation by my previous speaker. And after that, this is something very, serious one. It's also a very heavy one. But I know I'm, doing this before the lunch, so definitely I'll keep it brief and to the point. This is about me. My name is Subramanya Madala. I worked in the Indian pharma industry for 35 years, out and out in all API operations. And I worked for companies like Lupin, Matrix at that time. Now again it is Matrix, I think. And Piramal Pharma, Shasun, AMR and Aravindo. I actually retired from Aravindo 2 years back as the President API operations, handling all the 12 sites, both Hyderabad and Vizag cluster. And before that, I was AMRI country head, President for the Indian operations. And before that, Shasun, again, I was President API operations, entire business. So my entire career was in API operations. This today, whatever the topic that is given to me, the operational safety in API manufacturing industry, I thought it's a really a serious problem today. We are observing in the last 2 years, and especially in the last 1 year, the kind of accidents we are seeing in this industry. The fact is, the enormity, the loss of life, and the seriousness of the accidents, it is really a worrisome one. So it's a very apt time. IDMA and CDSCO has really taken up this and called me for talking about this particular subject. I'm going to deal with this in 3 parts, and I'll keep it brief. Thing is, what kind of accidents are happening in this industry? Taking examples of last 5 to 10. And every time when we see an accident, we kind of assign it to human error or equipment error. Some we try to assign it temporarily to that, and after that, it subsides. But I would like to look at it as a systemic approach. What exactly are the system in this industry? How we need to address it? There are very large players who have got a lot of resources. They are small and medium players. They are also into this. A lot of chemicals they manufacture at that end. Small players, now they started manufacturing chemicals, which are required for the medium and large players. And now a lot of China, plus thing, a lot of things which are getting imported from China, they're coming into India. So all those chemicals they start, Indian chemical industry started taking up. A lot of new companies have come. And the kind of the complexity of these chemistries which are coming up in the new drugs, that also has increased. All this cumulatively, we see that there is one new problem that is coming up is the industrial accidents. That is my observation. And what I am going to show could be a bit disturbing to the people who are in this room, but this is what it is. This is the accident which we have seen last year, April. It is a company called SB Organics. This is all in public domain. So I have taken the names and photos, everything is in the paper. So what happened here, on 2024, the 3rd of April, the fire broke out in the chemical industry on the outskirts of, this is near Hyderabad, this place. And the blast occurred at 5 p.m. and 7 people have got killed. And one of them is the director of this company. He got killed. And what kind of a accident is this? This is a runaway reaction. This is a backward integration. Now, guanine is something which till now is being made in people importing from China. Now we started making guanine. This is one of the raw materials, guanidine nitrate. This reaction, it got run away, and the cooling system which is given to that, hot oil cooling which is given to that, it failed, the pump failed, and the reaction got exothermic, and it went to a blast. And by the time they could really put the secondary one in loop, it got blast. This is one, take a note of it. We are not just looking at one accident as it is, we are looking at what exactly is happening. Huge, you see the kind of a destruction which has happened there. This is near Mumbai, I think. This is a boiler, Dombivli. This is a boiler explosion. And here also, the factory was involved in the production of food coloring and other chemicals, and 10 people got killed more than 64 got injured. See the enormity of this blast, and almost 3 kilometers, it seems, it has shattered everything, around 3 kilometers radius, as per that, locum. And the possible root cause is the boiler drum explosion. And there is a mechanism in a boiler where it will maintain the water level, that whatever that Mowbray, whatever, it maintains the water level. When the water level, when the water level comes down, again it will start and pushes that up. Here it failed. It is a failure of this system. And safety valves did not open. When the overheating started happening, the safety valve did not open. All that led to, and you see the loss of life. 10 people and 64 people injured. And the previous one we have seen 7. So in the recent past, we are hearing things like that, more than 4, more than 5, people are getting, fatalities, and such a large extent of, damage, to the factories. Aurora, I have taken examples. There are some 10, 15. I was surprised when I started getting this data. I was surprised that so many have happened. We never heard. 2 years back, there is something which is happening which is not supposed to happen. This is in Hyderabad, in GD Metla, on 20th of very recent, a few months back. What exactly happened here? The tragic accident unfolded while workers are engaged in routine cleaning of the reactor. How they are cleaning? The force of the explosion was so intense that instantly killed 43-year-old. What exactly they are doing? They are cleaning the reactor with toluene. Toluene and these solvents, they are high in static. You have to be very careful when you are handling toluene, acetone, which are low flash point solvents and all. You need to be very careful because while charging toluene in your reactor, normally what we recommend is you put a J tube. It should pass on the surface of the side of the vessel. So when you splash directly into the reactor, pump it into the reactor, it will generate a lot of static. And especially places like Hyderabad, in this season, in these 3 months, the atmosphere has very less humidity. And humidity is the one which helps actually to dissipate the charge. When the static electricity develops on any surface, humidity dissipates the charge, so it is easy, But in cold seasons, even here also, this is a common thing that happens when solvents are used, they are splashed, without the knowledge of how that needs to be done. And there are similar static-related accidents in various parts. The worker, when he was charging a raw material, inside the reactor, there was solvent already charged. The worker was charging powder into the reactor. At the end of it, he has given a jerk. He has given a shake to that. The charge which was on the bag, it directly, the discharge has happened to the solvent. There is a flash fire, instantly he died there. This is something happened a few years back. Similarly, static related accidents, there are so many. Centrifuges. All the time we will tell the, in the training, we give the training to the operators or workers. When you are operating a centrifuge is a very dangerous equipment when you are doing a centrifuging of a solvent. In most of the Western countries, Europe and all, they do not, as a last resort, they use centrifuges. Otherwise, the first option is go for a agitated notch filter or a notch filter.
Even that IDPL also the same system, correct? They used to first filter in notch filter and then the cake they used to put in the centrifuge.
Correct. Your SOP should be designed in such a way that such things should not happen. So centrifuge is what we, even if you have to use a centrifuge, what we tell is, calm down, slow. After the centrifuging operation is over, hold it, half an hour, leave it. Leave it like that, and then after some time, after half an hour. So by the time, expect that some dissipation will happen. Be careful. But as far as possible, do not use centrifuges for solvents. That is what So this is all how the operator knows. That is the main problem. Today, the level of knowledge and the skill at the operating level, we do give training, but we need to write OCPs, operational control procedures, write and train. When a solvent is, you are getting it in your yard, from there to the disposal of the empty container, entire thing you need to write it to the OCP, operational control procedure, and train the people and see whether it is being done properly or not. In some companies, it happens, and most of the companies in medium and small scale, how effectively it is happening, that is the problem. And here, whatever you are seeing here, it is the second time it happened in the same factory for the same reason. Second time. See, we are not learning, we are not training our people. That is one, major cause of concern today. This is something, I think, nearby this place, HCl gas generation. And this is whatever it has come in the press, whatever come in the paper, whatever identification it is done here, that I have taken at face value for this. So there is a reaction which generates HCl. Looks like there is no scrubbing system. The scrubbing system stopped happening, and people got exposed severely to the HCl which is generated. They immediately didn't realize that they have taken so much of HCl, and after some time, it started working on them, and there was severe, coughing and breathing difficulties. And I think there was some fatalities. One worker died, and 10 severely got, affected. And what HCl does to the entire, this track, all of you know, is very severe. And one thing, we have seen one more, the first accident which I have shown, where the runaway reaction, the nitration reaction, runaway. The surprise of the investigators from the Factory Inspectorate, and there is very, very big investigation has happened on that, because there is a very big explosion. To their surprise, from the top to the bottom, the senior people of the site to the worker who is operating, nobody knew the process risk of that. This process was developed in the lab, and they have implemented it at a large scale in the plant. They were very surprised that even the management level, they did not know that such risk exists in that. That is why you cannot, there is one thing that is happening is quickly we are developing in a rush to, backward integrate. These things are coming up as accidents. That is a major problem today. And all of you know, this is a very, very, very tragic, thing that has happened. And it pained the entire industry. When we saw this accident, we felt very, very bad. The kind of injuries, the kind of accident that is, it is really weird. There is a solvent line going above the cable tray. The solvent leaked, and on the cable tray, it entered the MCC panel room or whatever, and the cloud, entire cloud burst has happened. And people did not know how to escape. They went to a place, and everybody got injured. This is, even to describe this, it is very painful. That kind of a thing that has happened here. Okay, while transferring MTBE solvent, this is MTBE, which is again a very dangerous solvent. From the receiver to the storage tank, the solvent line leaked on the MTBE solvent into the MCC panel, and passed the vapor all the rooms through AHU has circulated all the vapor to other rooms. The source of the flash is from the MCC panel. So first explosion, 5 to 10 seconds duration. Second explosion took place in the AHUs, because the solvent was, in that AHU room. And all the process areas are provided with recirculation. So all the areas got this vapor spread everywhere. This is another major accident. So looking at all that, now what exactly is happening, why these accidents are happening. That is, we are not looking at the, before my colleague, there is an elaborate presentation given on how to protect your product, how the quality should be, how to get the quality, such a deep engineering, you've seen. And apart from that, we qualify the people, we qualify the equipment, we qualify the instruments, we validate the methods, we do everything for the quality of the product. And similar kind of an emphasis is not happening in the protection of hazards, protection of our avoiding these accidents. That is the reason. And you won't get kind of a permission to manufacturing license unless you get stability data, correct? Unless you got an analytical method validation, right? There is a gate there. That gate gets closed. Unless you do that, you will not do this. But here there is no such gate. That is why these things are happening. And what is the kind of a framework for a quality? You got a QMS. QMS is very, very detailed. It matured over years. The last 35 years, I have seen how the QMS system in the industry has matured. Internally, first thing is need, and after that, a lot of exports started happening. We went into US FDA, Europe, everything, everywhere. All those things we have taken. Our industry definitely has really quickly learned on this, how to make GMP material. But how to make our material safe is something we never had that pressure on us. We never had the pressure. Every accident is forgotten in 6 months. And we went in our own way. Industry did not learn. I'm a bit kind of very skeptical about it. Industry did not learn. Otherwise, these things will not happen. So this is what we need to really look into. All the leaders of the industry and all the management site management teams definitely need to put similar emphasis as we are putting for QMS. So similar framework should be there, installed, and you should train, then only you should do. So what we are seeing in all those learnings from this, and there are several other, what we are saying is the design of the equipment. Our equipment are never designed. When a new process comes, existing equipment, we retrofit the process and take the batches. We never design. So like what they have done for the nitration reaction, other. We never calculated what is the heat load, peak heat load. When something goes wrong, what is the worst case scenario, what is the peak load, and what is the utility load. That calculation is not done. It is just the reaction is taken. So whatever that is, the probability of things going wrong goes up. So that is one thing. And the plant design. Plant design, we have seen 2 examples where the HCl gas and Essentia, those things. Somebody has designed a solvent line above the cable tray. It's huge, it should, by design, it should never should have happened. So that's what we are saying, the plant design. And lack of system, like quality and environmental management system. Here, there is a system available, all of us know, but the compliance and installation of system in your sites, that is what is the gap. And lack of process safety and hazard assessment. This is the 3 of the examples what I have taken. The process safety and hazard assessment is something, it is in 70% of the cases, 80% of the cases I can say, it doesn't happen. So this is where we need to focus. And lack of knowledge of process safety, that is also one thing. That knowledge also, we need to really, ensure that the knowledge comes into our teams.
Most of the small units are being designed by the science graduates and experienced people.
Correct.
No chemical engineers are
Correct. Rightly said, sir. We require chemical engineers in the site. Their role is to design. Their role is to design, equipment based on the process safety assessment, whatever data we get. Before anything happens, after the laboratory, whatever process, first thing that should happen is the process safety assessment. And for that, there are constraints, like the migrating to the new schedule jam, like we retrofit everything and prove equivalence. That is a problem. So what we are trying to say is, we lack competent people. I am not kind of saying competent people in the sense that we are not training our people. We are not imparting the training to our people. Process safety, hazard assessment professionals in this industry are in big companies only. In medium and small companies, non-existent. That is one major gap. In training of operating staff before execution, on all the, when you do entire assessment, you have to train them, say that this is what is the issue and this is what your operating procedure, and all the cautions there. And fourth one is lack of management oversight. I am just, I say this very openly. How many times the senior management sits on safety review meetings to understand what are the issues on the ground? How many times? So that is one thing, that has to come, because going forward, just making product and exporting is not going to happen, because your customers are in Europe, US and other places. They are watching you and they are looking at your sustainability records, their sustainability eco-audits and all that we are talking about now. They are, because their scope 3 or scope 1 now, that is your vendor, their vendor, you are their vendor. So your compliance on the sustainability is going to be his score. So now they are insisting, they are very forcefully insisting in India that what is your eco-audit score? And your eco-audit score not going to be great if you have got this. And every your customer in overseas, he has put a Google alert on you. Whenever small things happens in your factory, in the paper, he gets the alert that so he's got a problem. He's got a problem. So this is the business enabler that now you need to bring things into place and look into this very seriously. That's why I said management oversight. New chemistries and complexities already I mentioned. And efforts to backward integrate into hazardous chemistries. Now this is becoming a kind of a lot of things are happening backward integration. This is also one of the reasons where we are saying without getting into the proper study of the chemistry hazards, we are getting into that. We need to really look into this carefully. There are constraints, we'll discuss that. So what it costs, all these things, what it costs is the loss of life and injury, loss of reputation, loss of business and disruption activities. Out of all this, one thing that cannot be recovered is the first one. All of you recognize that only one thing, all three we can recover over a period of time. Maybe it will take time again, 3 years or whatever. But one thing is, somebody lost those 6 people who died in that SB organics. All the 6 families are really, they'll be cursing us. So this is one thing you should keep it, in mind. So what needs to be done? Now the solution. So every organization should have, in a small or big way, depending on the size, they should get into this safety management system framework. This is something, basic thing that needs to be done. And first thing is the safety policy. Because this policy is that is a management commitment, I say. That's why I have put that. Hazard identification risk assessment. This is to be the first one, should be in your system, that anything we do, we will do this. If it's a big one, we'll do elaborate one. If it's a small thing, we'll do a small way. But we will do that. Identify, are there any hazards in this? And this is the risk assessment. Based on that, I'll put controls. Maybe I'll stop doing it. I'll take a call that no, I will not do this because too high risk for me. So at least when you do this assessment, you will understand whether to do it or not. So we need to do that. And process safety management. We'll come to that. So what are the elements of software process safety management? That needs to be, those elements needs to come. Control measures. The control measures are, basic thing is the PPE. And the top thing is eliminate the risk. Either substitute the risk or eliminate the risk. That is the control measure. That is what is the best one is you have to eliminate the risk or substitute that with a very less risk. That are the control measures among the others. So that needs to be defined what you are going to do. So in your system, it should force you that you cannot go forward unless this happens. Incident reporting and analysis. This is very, very important. When a small incident happens on your floor, it is actually an indication of something is going to happen. So there is a number, this many, incidents is equal to an accident. So any incident, it should not go unreported. First thing, it should come to the site head and it should be analyzed why it happened. There is a small spark or small flash somewhere, so it indicates that there is a possibility that your earthing is not really good. So when immediately you look at all your earth pits, you will check the continuity of all the earth pits from the reactor to the centrifuge to the earth pit and all. This is a routine thing. So you will really look into that, whether am I on the right track. So every incident needs to be reported. First thing is reported, next thing is analyzed, and then there should be an action. And transparently. Employee training and analysis. This is also, my colleague said, that training should not be just paper training. You should check the effectivity of training, and all that whatever we are doing when you are doing hazard analysis and risk assessment. When it comes to your designing your operations should be transparently told why that it is designed like that. You should know what is exactly, you should know what is handling. You should know why you should not do that. Otherwise, he will hand it over to the contract helper or somebody else's, or he will get into trouble. So definitely the training should be, we should check evaluate the training effectivity. Performance monitoring and auditing. This is what we are trying to do is plan, do, check, act, Deming cycle. First you define what it should be done, you are doing it and you are auditing it. When you audit, you find the gaps. Whatever gaps are there, again you check and again do it. That cycle in safety management system, plan, do, check, act cycle, that is very, very, very critical. So this is every organization in a small or big way should adopt that. We have a SOP for everything, and we have an operating procedure for everything, and we do the check, that is audit everything, whether your audit reports from the floor tell you a lot of gap, and again put it back into the system. So the feedback, this Deming cycle should continuously be on. That is what you call continuous improvement. That's why I put a big one beside all this, continuous improvement. That is how you improve your system. When you audit and identify issues only will improve the system. Otherwise, you do not know where you are going. Whether you are doing good or you are not doing good, you never know. And emergency preparedness. This is a very critical thing. A lot of organizations, they started doing it now. And our statutory bodies also, they are insisting on that. Sometimes they come and do the audit also, whether they are doing it or not. But how many scenarios you are developing in your emergency preparedness? How many scenarios you have developed? That is all possible scenarios. You have to prepare your people that a solvent line is going, solvent leaks, when there is going to be a fire here, which direction, what you need to do. They should know exactly what they need to do. That pakka, it should be your emergency preparedness plan, that on site. That is that one thoroughness will save your employees in case of an emergency. There could be emergencies. The manufacturing plant, there are too many variables. Of all the industries, this industry has got too many variables, including people. Different behaviors of the people, different chemicals, different properties. So so many variables are not there in any other industry. So there will be, that's why we are putting this system in place. So emergency preparedness is something religiously develop the scenarios and train the people on that. Okay. For all that framework to work, these are 4 pillars on which safety management system works. That is regulatory compliance, that is the basic base on which everything was. Communication and transparency, leadership commitment. I said this is the first one. Everything starts with this, and the stakeholders engagement. You need to engage everybody. Your worker, you should be part of your safety committee. He knows a lot of things which you do not know. He will tell you a lot of things which you should know. So you should make him part of this safety committee. And it should be a cross-functional team, technical people, operating people, everything. So all the stakeholders should be involved. When it comes to, out of the site emergency, we involve villages also. They are also stakeholders in your factory operations. They also will get affected. One day if something happens. So you involve sometimes them also. That's called offsite emergency. So this is the safety management system. In the before last slide I said, process safety, you do all this. Process hazard identification and risk assessment, HIRA, job safety analysis, hazard and operability study, pre-startup safety review, and process safety information. This is under the process safety. Operational safety, there project design and standards, SOPs, change controls, periodical equipment testing. That is, this is a mandatory one. All your mechanical integrity of your equipment, you need to check periodically. And double earthing, safety relief valves and rupture disc, you need to inspect them. And one of the factories where I consult, we found that the rupture disc has got a higher rating than the reactor itself. So see that, people have ignored when they are putting a rupture disc on a reactor. Purpose they have put, first what will rupture is the reactor, not the rupture disc, because that is a higher rating. So look at this, LEN and gas detectors, and nitrile blanketing system, interlocking system, safety and apex committee. Apex committee meeting is something I brought it here. All your sites have got a safety committee. We know that it's a regulatory, statutory one. All of you will have it. But whatever that is coming out of that safety committee meeting, there are something which require capex, which require expenditure. You cannot decide as a site head. I cannot decide that. So you have an apex committee, that is your senior management, top management. You should have that system where every quarter you should talk to them only on safety and tell them, look, these are all site managed one, but these things, there is a risk, but we need this kind of, we need automation here. Continuously, every day there is a risk here, we need automation. You need to spend money on that. So that kind of apex committee should be formed, which involves one of the top management there. So this one should become our way of working now. Till now, whatever we have done, but going forward. And personal safety, this is very obvious things are there. I'm not going to read through everything. Behavioral safety is another. One thing is you put everything, you have designed a fantastic plant, you have done fantastic SOPs, you have put everything there, but behavioral safety is something comes with culture, safety culture. That is something, the site senior leadership team has to inculcate that safety culture. Everything we do, but that fellow does it something, which is breaking the SOP. Every day we cannot be there. So this is, the culture is something which will, kind of affect this behavioral safety. And occupational health and safety, this is something, all of you know. I'm not going to read through that. So these are the essential elements. Process safety information, employers must develop written safety information before conducting PHA. Process safety hazard analysis. Employers must identify, evaluate, control hazardous process. Operating procedures. Employers must develop and implement written operating procedures. For everything you do, there should be a written procedure. And incident investigation. Already I spoke before this. And management of change. And I think in this room, a lot of people must be from QA because the topic today is related to that. This is something you need to help. All your change control management must include EHS. Any change that is going to happen, you should take it through environment, health and safety, because you do not know, you may say obviously it doesn't require any EHS input, but he may find out as an expert that there could be an impact on the health, safety and environment. So every change control should have mandatorily a gate where EHS will comment on the change, and if they say there is a risk, you should first address that risk before going forward. So QA has to put it as a system. Most of the companies have got this, but whoever do not have this as a mandatory thing, you should do this. It will help a lot. Employees must train employees, hazards already. So compliance audits, okay. Mechanical integrity, this is something in the assessment, process assessment, this is also one key element, mechanical integrity. Where you are using a high pressure reactor, what is the maximum pressure that you can go up to, and what is your reactor design pressure. All these things should be discussed in your kickoff meeting. Before getting into a new product at all, you need to do first this assessment and do the design of the equipment, get it compliant, do the, somebody should, from your technical service or EHS safety, should say, okay, go ahead. Then only you should move forward for you to really play it very, very safe. Trade secrets. This is something, a lot of times we think that some of things are not to be disclosed. They are trade secrets. But whichever requires, it got an implication on the safety of the worker, you need to necessarily tell him the essential parts of that. There is no secret there. He cannot be handling something which he doesn't know. Equipment or a technology or a chemical or a method or whatever it is. So this is not my thing. This is part of the internationally recognized assessment elements. Okay. Employers must provide all information necessary to comply with PSM standard, regardless of trade secret status of the information. This is written. Compliance audits already we discussed. Audits must be conducted, reported at reasonable intervals, and training. Contractors, they are also very important part of our operations. Almost 20%, 30% of our workforce is contractors nowadays. They also handle the chemicals, at least material shifting and all that. They also should be trained, and the effectivity of the training must be checked. And they also should be trained on emergency preparedness. Hot work permits, pre-startup review. Already I spoke. There should be a very strict pre-startup review in a defined format before starting any new process in the plant. Emergency planning and response. You should have a scenario-based emergency planning, do the mock drills, identify what are the gaps in the mock drills. While doing mock drills, you know that people are not really responding the way they should. When the real situation comes, there could be a problem for them. You should tell them, brief them. Somebody should be observer. When the mock drill is happening, somebody should stand and look at neutrally what exactly how the crowd is behaving. And there should be a debriefing session of the mock drill. It should be, again, gathered and say, look, we actually trained you like this, but when we have put a siren, you ran both the ways. So this is where you are going to get into trouble. So again, you need to do that till you get it right for all the scenarios. Okay, one thing I told before also, safety is not just for those things. It has become a business enabler also. Your safety is, and that labor and human rights, you see that in the EcoVadis, that has got a major point there. If you do not get, if you get less, your customer may not take material from you. This is becoming more and more and more important. A few weeks back, a customer came all the way from Europe saying that you have claimed this many, EcoVadis at this point. I want to check exactly, whatever numbers you are given, I want to see that it is right. It happened last month. So this is the kind of a pressure that is going to come on the industry, you like it or not. ISO 45,000. This also will give you a structured way of handling with safety system. This is something quickly I told already. Management commitment is a must for all these things to get implemented, in the spirit of it. And one or two things I will invest in skills and technology. When you are investing, when you want to make a product, there could be definitely all the hazardous reactions. You should look at automation, whether we can do the automation there, because that will reduce your kind of a pressure on you. Whether something goes wrong, there could be a big disruption in your activities. And last one is very important: prioritize safety against the business. If choice is between the business and there is a big safety risk, definitely the wise decision, I would say, first I will address, I'll do the safety first, then I'll look at the business. I think, you should not learn the hard way. Whatever 6 examples we have shown in the beginning, that is a very hard way of learning this. Management commitment, these are all, somewhere or other, I mentioned it. I am not going to, I know all of you are kind of, staying for a long time here. Set the KPIs for safety and environment, monitor them. Setting KPI will give you a target, and you will monitor them regularly and see how the progress is happening, whether you are going backwards or forward. That thing should be measured. Anything we do, you should be able to measure. So you need to put a KPI, key performance indicators. So quick one, senior management, that is the top management we said. Senior management, that is the site senior management, the site head and all. See, this is the poll which is done. Now, in the poll, the workers and staff, they said, out of 3, they said, workers believe productivity is valued more than safety in the organization. In the poll, they said, our management believes more in productivity, that is more production than safety. This is not something I have put. This is a poll which is conducted. And 48% say safety meetings are not held as often as they should be. See, this is the voice of the people who are working in the factories. And third one, half of the temporary and contract workers surveyed said they were afraid to report safety. This is a wake up. If they do not speak, how will you know what needs to be done? When something happens, then we will wake up, then we'll go backwards and gone. That moment is gone. When you had to act, you did not. So the hard fact is we need to listen to the people, listen to the ground, understand what are the issues. As far as the safety is concerned, you need to act on that. So rest, I'm not going to read through. Culture. Culturally, when your site is got a safety culture, the adherence to the culture will be voluntary. You need not push people, wear a helmet, wear a gloves, do this, and now you need not say automatically. I've seen sites here in Vizag itself. All the contract workers, when they go home, they are taking a helmet and they are bringing, once they enter the gate, beautiful discipline in one of the sites here. There are such good sites where actually who is influencing this? The senior management team of the site is influencing this kind of a discipline in the workers, because they never enter the gate without a helmet. So you walk the talk. Everybody follows you. And if you do it for a show off as a senior manager, everybody will do the same thing. They will also follow. Only when you are seeing, they will put a helmet. So this is something senior management in the safety, especially in the safety, you need to be an example to your people. Then only, a person who spent entire my life, 35 years in operations, this is what I observed, that you need to be an example to your people when it comes to safety. Otherwise, they will take you for a ride, granted. Or they also do not feel it's important. No, sir, the site head, if he doesn't wear, why you should wear? As simple as that. So, safety, everybody should feel that they are responsible. No, only there are 3 or 4 safety officers in the site. They cannot manage everything. So culture helps. Everybody will follow this. There is a deviation, they will follow the deviation procedure. So that is what you call culture. You see, very mature systems, they are self-sustaining. That is, nobody is actually running it. They are running it on their own because everybody owns the system. They are self-sustained systems. Like in quality management, I think our leaders should tell There are highly matured systems, level 7, where the audits come down drastically because the system takes off, on its own. Nobody is actually monitoring them because everybody has started owning it. These are all the indicators. I think you should go through that. One thing, since we got IDMA, we got our regulatory people here and Shad Sharif, one request is all MSMEs cannot afford the kind of instruments, the kind of a skill which is required for doing this HAZOPs. It's very expensive. And there are few centers, in SIBA is one, and there are 5, 6 more, they do it, but they are very expensive for small people to, small companies to do this test. They should be, in every cluster, if they can help, if we can help them by putting one common center, which can do this kind of a test and give them a report. And skill development center, like we are doing a lot of skill development now in a big way, in Vizag also I have seen, big way. In this area, if you can develop a skill development center here for this entire cluster, it's going to be a great help. That is one, one request I put across the government here. And after that, unless the requirements are completed, there should be a mandatory thing that unless you give that, you will not get license. Today, that gate is not there. Like manufacturing, safety compliance gate is not there for the manufacturers. That also should be implemented. So finally, safety, search for hazards, analyze the risk, find the cause, eliminate the cause, tell others, and you are safe. So this is the mantra for safety. So with that, I conclude my session on this. I hope all of you kind of enjoyed this session. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you have any questions, I am open. Working, Sunil.
Hello. Good afternoon. It's a very good presentation you have given. Just a few points which MSMEs are not able to do or small scale will not be able to do. We talked about the process safety, but every process, I think not many people except for the very big companies, they are doing this reaction calorimetry studies, MIE studies, and most of the incidents or accidents which happen in the pharma area are during this powder processing.
Right.
Right? People are not aware about their MIE values.
Right.
So blindly will go for the building shifting and earthing. That is where I think the government should support for the cluster head, for the clusters.
Absolutely.
They should have some safety labs. So IDMA should pursue that. Because those studies are very, very important. Even if you want to do this HAZOP studies and HAZA studies, without part is earthing also. We just talk about earthing.
Right.
Recently, an incident I want to tell. We are using polar solvents, highly polar solvent, heptane, hexane, in our final products. Over there, even though while unloading, we are putting our earthing rod inside the wet material. But when the last scoop has to be removed, the person just moved that earthing rod and there was a fire.
Wow.
So this is some kind of what skill centers you are saying or whatever, those things that experts have to come and tell us about this. So this is my
powder
recommendation.
Are very common in the clean rooms.
Yeah,
where the direct constant is really
Yeah, and it's a closed. See, many of the incidents which have happened in Palwara, those have happened in the clean rooms itself, closed room. Essentia, it happened, it was in the closed room. So there, not only the HVAC plays a role, AHU plays a role, but also the ingredients which are there. Those things, if the data is not available, then it will be a big risk. Thank you.
Recovered solvents to polar solvents,
Yeah.
they store in HDP drums. That was a big problem. So that's static electricity chances are very high.
My request to all the people who are sitting here, if you are directly responsible or otherwise you can impress upon your colleagues in production. HDPE, plastic is a big enemy. You should not have it. Stainless steel drums. Plastic, no, when the solvent moves when you are trolleying it from the warehouse, it moves like this, correct?
Yes.
In the drum.
That electricity
On that it will generate
develops.
static. And very dangerous thing, please, as far as possible, go to non-plastic, that is stainless steel. Otherwise, there are conductive drums are there, available now, buy them.
GA drums are the best. They are
Correct.
cheap and best.
GI drums are the best. Or if it is not possible to store it in GI, also, go for a conductive drum. They are available now, safety drums are there. They are plastic only, but they got conductive nature. They are designed for that. So, all my, industry, colleagues, because I'm part of this industry, I request all of you, please be safe. Do not rush. Understand what you are handling. And your responsibilities towards the people working under you. And you need to learn. You need to understand what you're doing. Then only you need to put it on place. With that, with this simple thing, you will bring down the industrial accidents. I am very sure, to a large extent. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All participants are requesting to take the break for 1 hour for the lunch, and requesting all the members to attend the hall again at 2:30, and requesting drugs inspectors, please see that the members should be present by 2:30 now. Thank you.
transfers, quality risk management, and incidents investigation and root cause. I welcome Mr. Mahesh Vyas sir to share knowledge regarding good practice in production, bulk manufacturing units, APIs. In Visakhapatnam, 99% of units are manufacturing API. It is very helpful to us, sir. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible, guys? Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So again, a big challenge. Post-lunch session, right? I thought Mr. Subramaniam will take care of that session. I was happy, but now here I am. So, guys, shall we do one thing? Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Do what I'm doing. Do what I'm doing. Right? Do this. 1, 2, 3. We'll do it 5 times, not more than that, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 times only, right? 1, 2, and 3. One last time. 1, 2, and 3. Very good morning, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so good practices in production based on revised Schedule M. So this was the topic. When I was, right, Bhuvneshwari ma'am who was there, she told us that we are number 1 in terms of exports, right? And we are called as the pharmacy of the world. Then we should lead the way, right? We should teach in the land of Shushrut and Charaks and all great Dhanvantaris and all great scholars, how can we lag behind? We do not have right to lag behind. We should lead the way, right? And industry has done great job. We are great in production. Quality is also improving. But let's make this good as great. So with that, I'll start. Now, before we start, what I thought was that why this base, before we start implementing, why these are things, why these things are important. Obviously, the very first thing is that there is a regulatory requirement. It's not a choice, it's a compulsion. Like an investment, but when you avoid failures, you avoid near misses, you avoid safety concern, it turns out to be a big cost advantage, right? You look at top 5 pharma companies in the world today. As it is, a lot of hard work, lot of midnight oil that is burnt, lot of lives have been spent, and that's how they have become number 1, right? Obviously, there is a competitive advantage. You can, when you talk about big brands like Apple, right? You buy the same phone which is costing you 2 lakhs rupees, but just because of the great quality, you still purchase it, right? So there's that great competitive advantage you have. Reputation, right? Whenever I introduce myself, though it was a short introduction, but I take a lot of pride when I say that I'm an ex-GSK and ex-Johnson & Johnson and all that. There's a sense of pride. Ex-Strides, currently working with Strides, would never become ex-Strides though. So these are the companies that I take a lot of pride when I talk about them, because they are known for their good quality practices. They are known for what they have done to our industry. A lot of them are leaders, right? So there's a reputation, right? And lower attrition. What happens that a guy who has a job today, and working in a good company versus a best company, he gets an offer. He would always want to go and join a company which is of high repute. So if you maintain quality, if your name is big, one day you will see that you will have lower attrition. A company called as Procter & Gamble. What I heard was that They take management representative just from college, and these people really retire from that. There's no, have you seen any time Procter & Gamble advertisement that they need this manager, that manager? I've never seen that. Just one company, but there are many such, who would just get people from colleges and they spend all their 40, 50 years there itself. They don't want to leave the company. They are so happy, And how does that happiness come? It comes by doing things which are right, doing things which are good in long term, right? It's not for someone who want to make 100 batches and run away, like a lot of those sanitizer manufacturers, right? We don't know where are they today, right? It's not for them. People who want to make a name, who want to do great things, want to take Indian pharma to the next level, it is for them. You will get newer business opportunities, right? If you are doing well and if your product sells well and you are known for your quality, you'll get new customers, you will get newer business opportunity, right? And a state of control, right? Basically, when everything is fine, right? When everything is fine and business is going on well, people will have less stress, right? Otherwise, what we see normally is we are firefighting, right? One deviation to another deviation, this investigation to that investigation, right? We do not get time for something that actually we are expected to do, and that is what continuous improvement is. We don't have time to think what we can improve because you are so engrossed in your current issue, and then issues keeps happening, So that state of control is what you will get if you follow good production practices. And last but not least, you get peace of mind and a sound sleep like this, right? And this is what we all work for at the end of the day. GMs and senior GMs and VP and all, this is what we all work for. We'll get peace of mind. So I have a lot of time. I have so many things to discuss with you. I'll bore you. I'll not let you sleep though. What I have done is, I have put a lot of pictures, though this looks a big, huge topics and all, I have just put a lot of pictures in my presentation so that, a picture is worth 1,000 words is what people say. Right? Let's learn from that, So I just want you to go through this, that what are the part of good production practices, what are the things that are given in the Schedule M. I'll give you 15 seconds, please go through it. Yeah, history I would not talk, history of Schedule M, a lot of things have been already spoken about it, but best practices in production, these are this brief summary. What does the Act say? It says alignment of manufacturing process with the license requirement. So you have a particular license, your manufacturing process should be aligned to that. Whatever is the requirement of the license, that is what you should basically do. And by doing that, what you do, you enhance your product reliability, obviously safety. You prevent cross-contamination and you minimize operational risk, right? Product reliability, such an important term for pharma, right? Each dose that a particular patient takes has to be reliable. Each dose a person takes, is for some life-threatening disease, for example. Let's talk about a blood pressure. If you miss a dose of, if your small pill it does not have atenolol, does not have that S inhibitor or has it at the lower, the person will have a lot of problems, strokes and all that. As I speak today, I have 2-3 relatives who are already there in hospital because of strokes and those kind of things. It is disaster. That reliability I am talking about. If you do good things, that is how your dose become reliable. I would like to narrate one incident. This was when my daughter was 3 years old, right? And It was raining, it was month of July, and and she was having high fever. And as parent, we were very concerned, this fever is not coming down, and and around 3 o'clock, I'm an ex-GSK, so I had that Crocin bottle. I gave 1 spoon of Crocin to my daughter. After approximately 30 to 40 minutes, that fever has come down, right? You imagine what would have happened on that fateful night if that fever would not have come down. For you, it is, for us, it is a small paracetamol molecule, For someone, it is life, right? Someone is putting that trust, and we must every time meet that trust, right? So, and I always say this, I mean, we are very privileged set of people here, very privileged. God has sent them to do something good for humanity. Not everyone gets that chance, right? And hence, we all should clap for us, together, right? We are into noble profession, let's keep it up. Right? Now, where it is given in the Act about this good production practices, it's part 1 GMP for pharmaceutical product under main principle. All of this has been given. Now let's talk about key aspect of the best production practices. That his session on contamination and cross-contamination and my session on good production practices, there's a very close overlap, because most of the thing that you do in production, in addition to the product meeting production targets and all, what you do is you do something to prevent contamination and cross-contamination and mix-up, right? So these topics are very closely related, and that's the reason the organizer thought that all of them should be discussed together today, right? Define production procedures. So you do these 4 important things. This is what Schedule M says. You establish clearly defined procedure for all production operation to ensure product meet the requisite quality standards. So everything that you do should be defined. It should be written. What you do, you write. What you write, that is what you do. Right? Simple principle, but have to be very clear procedure. And we were last night when we were having dinner, we were discussing this aspect, that procedures, how are they? Procedures are to be written so that that operator, the last person, he should be able to understand it. It's not for auditors, right? But a lot of us write our procedure for auditors, right? We should not get a point, we should not get an observation. We don't care about that person who is going to operate, right? And that's why that sheer research told me that, yeah, there has to be someone who should be doing this procedure in local languages. India is a vast country. Every 100-kilometer language changes, right? Such a tough country. We have, I mean, if I'm standing here in Andhra Pradesh, and if you ask me what is our national language, I know your unanimous voice will be Telugu, right? Telugu is our national language. I go to Karnataka, they say Kannada, Tamilian, they're so passionate about Tamil. So many variety, so many diversity, right? How will, and in spite of that, our way of communication is English, which is altogether different language. So that is a challenge we have, right? And that is a challenge each one of you is facing day to day. I've done a lot of audits in China. I know that we cannot, I mean, though we, a euphemistic way will tell you that we will surpass them one day and all, but it looks very difficult. Very, very difficult. The kind of advancement that is there in China and all. One distinct advantage that we have that they don't have is the language. One small good thing that Britisher would have done to us was taught us English, right? So for them it is more difficult. Let's sharpen it further, right? And do things that are important for us. So implement cleaning and sanitation process. Anyone? What is difference in between cleaning and sanitization? Someone? Can anyone try? What is cleaning? Simple cleaning. Yeah. Yeah. Residue is what? Cleaning. Very right. Good. What's your name? Very good. Thank you. What is sanitization? Very good. Right? So there are 2 different things. Again, going back to Johnson & Johnson days, why sanitization is so important, right? So we have a product now. Earlier it was Johnson & Johnson product earlier, around 8-10 years back. Now It is ITC's product. Right? So I used to get a lot of these inquiries from pharmaceutical companies where they would ask us certificate of analysis of Savlon, because they would take Savlon for cleaning and sanitization purpose. Suddenly there was and we did this plant in Kemwell Biopharma, Bangalore, wherein we were designing the line, and somebody told me that Savlon manufacturing line has to be sanitized. Okay, great. This thing is used as sanitizer world over, and you have to sanitize that line for person who had limited knowledge on sanitization was a. Am I audible? Yeah. So it was a surprise. Can someone attempt that? Can someone tell why sanitization of Savlon line is also important? Anyone? What would be the logic? Savlon has activity for gram negative, gram positive, fungi even, molds, everything. But why would you sanitize? Why would you kill the microbes in the line where Savlon is manufactured? I'll tell you. When Savlon lines are cleaned, there are traces of Savlon that remains in the line. So the Savlon becomes, or any anti-infective for that matter, what happens? There's a dilution of the concentration. So the minimum inhibitory concentration that is needed for some chemotherapeutic agent to exert its effect, that concentration has now reduced. And this is a good environment for those bacteria to grow. And now these bacteria, very smart species, right? They have survived more than humans, They come with arms and ammunition for the environment under which they are surviving. So they are resistant, already they are resistant to Savlon. Hence a heat treatment was suggested, right? So, and that is a world of microorganism, very difficult to know. But it is an important aspect, a lot of recalls worldwide you would see happens because of issues in sanitization, poor sanitization practices. Cross-contamination, I would not dwell a lot on it because we already had a session. But what does the Act says? Operation on different products shall not, and these are the exact words copy-pasted here, so shall not be carried out simultaneously or consecutively in the same room or area unless there is no risk of mix-up or cross-contamination. Simultaneous manufacture of two products, wherein there are chances of contamination, happening, cross-contamination happening. That should be prohibited. That's what. And then when you do all this, then you monitor and control the activities. You have a daily monitoring system, done by and checked by. This area. I mean, other than pharma, there are very few places where this done by and checked by concepts are there, right? Because it is important. I'll tell you one story again. This was when I was in US and I was handling the QA part, line clearances and all that, early part of my career, 2004. And there were these two guys, Eric and Adams, both of them Americans. Whenever there is a line clearance check or something, these are both production guys and they have to sign done by and check by, all that. And these guys didn't have trust on each other. He will clean and he will jump and go and look, actually look and then sign. No trust whatsoever, right? Everything that Adam does, Eric has to check it. He will show the residue, it's there, clean it again. Then they have to clean. I said, what are these guys, always fighting and always, we look at us, we trust so much, Somebody asking you to sign, he'll say, have you checked it? He said, yes, let me sign. People will just sign like that. Then I was amazed that, okay, I said, maybe this is that their nature, they don't, maybe not talking to each other, that's why they You know, they have to check each other work in that detail. And it was my farewell day. I decided to come back to India. That was my farewell day, and both of them came together. Okay, I thought they are enemies, like, you know, the way they used to point each other's work and, you know, find mistakes in each other's work. They came together, and normally when we Indian meet, maybe in first or second introduction, we would know about each other's family and all, you know, what you do, how much you earn, and where do you work and all that, you know, but it doesn't happen in that culture. I came to know after spending 3 years there that these two guys were real brothers. They were real brothers, right? Still they would not trust. Still they would actually check it. If you do this, no need for any advancement, I'm telling you. When you actually do check by, you actually check. When it is reviewed by, you actually review, right? Yes, sir.
Trusted by others.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, right. You know, trusted by. Right? You only do this. You just do your job, right? You may be a gunda outside, you know, you would be missing signal, jumping signals and all. But when you wear that gown, you know, you may have different way of leading your life. You may be a messy person at home, but when you wear that gown, when you come in the factory, you are a different person. The person who prepares is the one who reviews, right? He is the only guy, and some blame has to come. It's come on him only, who has just done that document, right? It happens. Happens with you guys. Nobody reviews. Huh? You tell me where to sign. You know, they will sign on the wrong document also. They'll just look at and sign it there. Are you governor of India? Your signatures are so important. No. You have a job. When you review, you have to review it. So that's why monitor and control the production activity. You have to monitor, you have to control, you have to do that thing, right? Conduct checks on, and that is what the Schedule M very clearly says, conduct checks on yield and reconcile quantity to prevent discrepancies. Yield losses, right? Unaccountable loss, where it has gone, right? A less yield can give you many indication, right? A yield which is, say, normally 99%, you got 97%, 2 kg, where it has gone. Maybe it took, the machine operator took 2 kgs extra to set the machine. Now why that has happened? Why 2 kg extra was needed this time? Maybe some problem with the granulation, maybe some problem with the flow properties of the granulation. That gives you indication. Yield is not, it is not something that you tabulate, right? Qualified personnel, very important, central to everything that we do. Machines and everything, we can bring lot of sophistication, you know. It is no brainer. You have money, you put it and you get it, right? This is the tough job. Toughest one, to handle manpower, to train them. Now, one of that endeavor is what we are doing today, train them, right? This training. I know what kind of hard work, sir, your team would have gone through, right, in conducting and organizing this kind of program, you know, getting everybody across India on board, and, you know, it's tough job. Learn it, you know. Ensure sufficient qualified personnel are employed with clear responsibility documented, written descriptions. Individual responsibility should not be overly extensive to avoid quality risk, right? One person doing everything. That is what happens most of the time. The person who is good, he gets more work. Right? So, and then he or she may not be able to concentrate every time, every day. You know? So first and foremost, your responsibility has to be very clearly defined, and you should not be overworked, overstressed, right? So otherwise, if you do that, then there are risks to the quality. Training and development. All personnel must receive initial and continuous training in GMP principle relevant to their role. You know, not only they should be trained when they join the organization. Periodic training has to be there. Assessment has to be there of their training, whether they have learned or, you know, they have just enjoyed and went back, and, you know, it is business as usual. assessment has to be there. Training record must be maintained to document qualification and ongoing assessment. All these records are auditable document. The drug inspectors sitting here, they can come and see actually your assessments and your scores and how have you conducted, how many of you passed, all that. So that has to be mentioned. Health mandatory for personnel before and during employment to prevent the risk of contamination. Strict personal hygiene practices shall be enforced. If you are not doing it, it has to be enforced. Right? How many of you are using sanitizer still? 1, 2, 3, okay. 3% of the people here. During COVID time, 10 times a day, the hands were gone dry, right? I've seen Manish only wearing mask, right? Only one guy in this entire building. So this is one thing that is a big concern. I'll tell you one story. So this was in US. There was this clean corridor from where we are walking. Myself and my colleague, we are walking in the corridor. And there's this American friend, colleague of ours who is also coming, and we are just walking. And so we saw him. This guy, who is a friend of mine, he did something amazing. Achoo! Ken, how are you? He said, Namaste. That guy said Namaste. That year, 20 years back, we do this. We don't know that after sneezing you have to clean your hands. Right? Who would go and clean your hands? There are a lot of microbes. So this guy, Ken, actually, his name was Ken, he got frightened with the barrage of microorganism on his hand. And he said Namaste instead of shaking hands. Right? Personal hygiene, that's how it's very important. This is what you should encourage. You don't know what kind of microorganism you are carrying. How many of you carry mobiles to the toilet? To the restrooms? Don't tell lie. Only one honest person. You meet me. Right. Now the hands are covered. All of us do that. They did one research, they have swabbed the toilet seat, incubated it, watched under microscope. They swabbed the phone screen, incubated it, watched it. There were 1,000 times more microorganisms on your phone screen than on the toilet. Would you pick Harpic on your phone? Never. And all of us carry, 15-minute mixing time, the operator will take Ola is coming and billions of dollars and rupees are invested in investigation and we don't know the root cause, all that, right? Not identified human error, something we will put and it's business as usual. That hygiene practice, each one of us needs to, and it is a practice. You do it purposefully for few days, it will become. Next time when you sneeze, first go and wash your hands. You will have to do it for 3-4 times purposefully. After that, as soon as you sneeze, you will first look at where is the wash basin, right? That hygiene is what, and I mean, is it something impossible to do? Right? Is it? Does it need an infrastructure, big machines and all? The improvement, the continuous quality, continuous improvement starts with us, this machine, that, but whatever is in our control, we are not doing it. Now let's go to the pictures, access control and the responsibilities, right? So first and foremost, you must have a proper access control. They're all important areas. You should have a list of authorized persons. Okay, it's okay if you do not have a biometric system. All big companies with big info. You can have a list of authorized inside. Why are you inside? It's possible. How many guys feel here that quality comes when QA is very active? QA is very active, right? Doing his job, quality comes. Good that no one is saying yes. Right? It's production and your engineering and other. When they become quality conscious, that is the time you will have quality. Otherwise, what's happening is there's a cat and mouse game that is going on. QA is trying to catch, they are trying to do something. QA's main job is, in my opinion, risk management, right? The main job is to improve, suggest things that take you to the next level. They are not doing that because they are busy in catching you somewhere. You are also, once QA guy is gone, then you do something, right? You hate someone who do not give you line clearance at one go. How many of you? Some of you are laughing. This is RM's receipt and storage. That's how you receive it. Well ventilated, there's an air curtain, right? Air curtain, why you put? What is air curtain? As soon as you open that, the heavy stream of air comes, you know. Anyone? Just try, no problem. The camera is on me, not on you. Yeah, that may be one of the reasons, but yeah, nothing should come inside, you know. There's such a great flow inside, nothing will come. It's a kind of curtain, de-dusting booth. After that, there's a de-dusting booth, there's a de-duster, you de-dust it, right? It's an entry, that is an exit. It gets cleaned with your external surface of your container. Have you seen any time a truck coming with your material? You'll know what kind of, under what situation the truck comes. You know, lot of dust, sometimes insects and all that. You know, cleaning of exterior is also important because this can go to your GMP area, can find itself in the product also, right? And don't worry if you do not have this kind of de-dusters, you can always clean it with lint-free cloth, right? Don't worry, you just do your job properly, nothing will happen. You know, if you get this kind of thing, wonderful. You know, that's an advancement. Great production practices, but good also is good. Handling of material RMs. This is handheld device nowadays available. You know, now as soon as a material come, you put everything in. You put the name of the material, the code, the details that have to be put, the manufacturing date, the expiry date, and and then there is this label that is printed. You print it on the container, and what happens? This is linked to your LIMS and SAP. Material released, and it's automatically, once you scan, you will come to know that this code number is already released. This code number is already in quarantine. You cannot use it, right? All that things are available. But if you don't have it, no problem. You can have our age-old system. It has worked fine for so many years. It will work fine for another 100 years at least, right? You put proper label, color label, quarantine, yellow label. You actually quarantine it, separate it. Quarantine word has become famous for a lot of people other than pharma people last 4 or 5 years. But we were knowing it from last 20 years, 25 years. Right? What is quarantine? You actually quarantine it. Right? Then once it is released, put a release green label on the release. It is possible. Just you have to do those simpler things. Automatic storage retrieval system, this is what, when once a person with excess put a number based on your FIFO. What is FIFO? Good, wonderful. So based on FIFO, it automatically dispense that particular rack which is first released, right? Those kind of systems are available. There is proper racking. Location numbers are there, A home, and a lot of things, and I was talking to Sherry sir last night, and he said a lot of things that we do in pharmaceutical company, many of these things, and in fact all of them are just like a well-organized home, right? If your home is organized, well, you will have an easy life, It took me 20 minutes to pack to come for this particular program because everything was organized, kept well by, not me, by my wife, But you imagine college days and, when shirts will not be cleaned and, I have to iron my, suit and all that, So it helps. And in long term, keeping yourself organized, right, helps. You'll have less chances of mix-up and, contamination and all that when you organize it properly. With whatever constraint you have, you can still manage it. Rejected material are isolated and stored with limited access. See red color, you can see the red color cage, right? These are all rejected material. Material which has failed the scrutiny, anything that goes in this cage so that nobody accidentally handles it, takes it out, right? Maybe you can put a list of authorized person only so that nobody, there have been incidences of people mixing unapproved or rejected material in a good batch, and all that things do happen. We all are humans. Controlled substances, you can color them separately, you can put them in lock and key. Simple, no, nothing, no money. Not a great investment is what is needed. Cold storage room for temperature sensitive material, you can do this, right? Very clear. For all the cold storage for -5 and those kind of, there has to be, obviously these are dangerous thing also. They come with, as sir was saying, Subramaniam sir was saying, that safety takes a back seat many a times. A person entering a cold room must be accompanied by someone else also who is standing out, right? There has to be an alarm system inside. If accidentally it gets locked, he should be able to buzz it. -5 degree centigrade, if he gets locked, I don't need to say what will happen, right? With all those precautions, and these are common sense, right? Is it very technically very, very tough to do, right? These are common sense. Printed packaging material stored with limit. Why printed packaging material has to be segregated, stored separately? Because a lot of mix-up happens with printed packaging material. Right? You paracetamol tablet, you just change it with or get mixed up with some other labels. Or metformin, anti-diabetic. It does not have anti-diabetic, it has some other packaging material. The blister says something else, the product is something else. It happened. I think Boehringer, there was an issue, wherein instead of some drug, there was a mix-up of glibenclamide, which was anti-diabetic. Yeah, it was this glimepiride, right? And cotrimoxazole, right? You know cotrimoxazole, everyone? Yeah. So instead of that, there was a mix-up of glibenclamide in that. Pardon me? And sulfamethoxazole. Absolutely, sir. Right. So one of the best anti-infective, till date it is being used. Good product, but it got mixed with glibenclamide, which is anti-diabetic. And there was an accident that happened nearby, and they were searching in the old days, 25 years back, and they were searching for anti-infective for this patient. This patient, instead of getting anti-infective, got anti-diabetic medication, right? Already blood sugar is low, lot of blood has lost, you can imagine what could have happened to those patients. And those kind of serious things. It can, right? I mean, your DG and EG issue that is currently going on, diethylene glycol and ethylene glycol, in cough syrup, people have died because of that. What is that mix-up? That mix-up is because this polyethylene glycols or glycols as such, they are used in tire industry also, photographic industry also. They use the glycol as a solvent in manufacturing of car tires, truck tires. That got into pharma chain because that is cheap. And people have died. Dedicated sampling area. Sampling under LAF, What is LAF? Very good. So it has certain flow of air, so that the air doesn't come from bottom to up, from up to down, and that's why the person is protected. It's another safety thing, for you. This prevention of cross-contamination, a lot of, so dedicated sampling areas with a restricted entry, all of that can be implemented. API sampling separate, excipient separate, that is what can be implemented. Because excipients generally are weighed in higher quantity, you would anyway require a bigger room, right? Right, API, I told you, a separate booth for API. Use of isolator for dispensing OEB5 products. I mean, these are operational exposure band 5, means the highly potent molecule, You use isolator. It's for your safety, right? Potent molecule. What is potent molecule? Anyone? I told you I would not let you sleep. What is potent molecule? Right. What is that low? Yeah. In terms of mg, what is low? Low dose. Yeah. Anything less than effective, any product, any therapeutic agent which is effective in a concentration of less than 1 mg or less are called as potent. Right. So, lot of examples, diazepams and carvedilol and So, if they are effective in that low dose, that means their fumes, their dust can harm you also, right? There's an age-old system working still fine, the status label, different color, to be clean, we all understand red color, red is danger, to be cleaned, you put it in red, something that is green, you don't even need to write it, irrespective of language constraint, people will understand red is danger, green is good. Storage of label with biometric access, very important. These labels can be misused. Pass ko fail, fail ko pass, we can do that. There are a lot of those incidences which has happened, But just labeling it, semi-finished goods, a very dedicated area, the whole time study sample, you do whole time study, right? That gives, it can get mixed up, suddenly, if you keep it there. So you can maintain this kind of cages. There are real pictures taken couple of days back from my own factory. Dedicated area for storage of change parts. Lot of problems happen because of usage of wrong change parts, right? This is one area that it's neglected, Whatever fits, Indian jugaad, whatever fits, they will just put it, right? Contamination, then they will have metal particle coming and all that, right? They are not numbered, they may not be cleaned as per the procedure, all that, right? So, SAP system, you can print label, you can store them properly, There are all these are simple common sense things that can be done. Doesn't need a lot of money, but you become organized. You will be able to bring down the chances of contamination, cross-contamination, mix-ups. Right? This area must be having access control, right? No, it should not be like a gateway of India which has no gate. Anybody can come, go. Has to be under control. There has to be a logbook. Logbook itself is a big subject, right? Whatever you do in a manufacturing cubicle, in a compression machine where tablets are getting compacted, you must have a very good logbook. What happened, by whom, at what time, that gives you good chronology. Somebody say, yeah, we have taken cleaning validation sample, but many times the samples have been taken from this machine is not been mentioned in the logbook itself. And who will trust you that you have to actually taken sample and all of your acceptance criteria is meeting, Manish told about risk management and, risk assessment. A lot of time, have you ever seen someone writing a risk assessment and saying there is actually a risk? All risk assessment are written so that you say that no risk. We have done a risk assessment, now basis that we can do this. One risk assessment I want to see where it says there is a risk, we cannot do it.
Normally risk assessment writing to say there is no risk.
Yeah, Yeah. Then what is that assessment, That's a preconceived, already you have decided, right? To whom you are fooling, right? Yourself? That question that needs to be asked. This is one good practice that we adopt, There's this morning meeting that happens and, the metrics, all KPIs are discussed, right? As per Subramaniam sir, the safety metric should also be there. I agree to him completely. What are the challenges, issues that you are facing? What are the actions that you have to take? What are the best practices in problem solving? You can start this. These are good practices in production, right? Just do not meet somewhere and discuss something. Have a constructive discussion from where you will get something out of it. Otherwise, just meeting and without, it is just time pass. Rather, you do not have it then, right? Don't do that time pass, we go with an objective. As a manager, a lot of you are already a manager, will become manager one day. Have this systematic, and somebody goes through such corridor and see all these things are happening, it gives a good impression. There are plan versus actual, Not only the production things are discussed, but also quality KPIs are discussed. That means there is an equal focus on both. You don't have to tell this to anyone. A person who is on round, who is your potential customer, looking for a big business can see, oh, they have this kind of system. Thank you. Take this here. This is that clean corridor that I was talking about, right? There are those railings on the floor, just to prevent damages to the floor, damages to the walls, I'm sorry. Then once the walls are damaged and they no longer are smooth wall, then dust accumulates and whatnot, So because of continuous movement of trolleys and all those have to be protected. Ensure work area and equipment are clean, free from residues before operation. Clean equipment immediately after use, store in a clean, dry environment. And this is what is requirement, immediately after use as much as possible. Clock, right? Very important. There is one clock in the corridor where all operator can see whatever timing they are writing in a batch record should not be based on their own watch, but should be based on a watch which is correct, right? Simple practice. Gloves, shoe cover is no-brainer. There is an anti-static touch pads, You touch it and all static is gone and you can do it. All these are available, right? You can use it. Miscellaneous items, they should not be roaming here and there, There has to be a proper storage of them. I mean, these trays, these drums. I mean, I have seen we spending a fortune on cleaning validation and contamination mix-up, and as Manish was saying, that clean room and air locks and all that, and majority of our contamination and mix-up happens because of some stupidity. Some of the problem because we were not able to store these things properly. Drums, right? I've seen one big mix-up happening, just that remained in that drum. There was no cleaning on because the argument that was given was that anyway we are putting double polybag product. The next time when the same drums were taken, this guy was extra intelligent. He removed the bag, he emptied the drum also. Those tablets went there, right? So drums and this miscellaneous item can also be, before cleaning, the scoops are kept like that. There is a label, I would prefer a red and green, right? But okay, at least it is labeled clean scoop and to be clean scoop, right? Very clear demarcation. Drying, after clean, dried, labeled accessory storage, dust or microbes and that can, so you can also do this, can label them, keep it like that. Once you can shrink wrap them. A cleaned equipment can be shrunk, right, like this, with bags, poly bag and all. edges, corners are gray area, that needs to be checked. You know, the cable, hanging cables, and they have to be tied. Nowadays, there's such good, this twist tie is what they call it, right? They're available. 5 rupees dozen, get it. Tie it properly. It will prevent accident, it will prevent accumulation of dust. These are those dangerous areas, you know, the crevices, the corners and all. Dust go there, the earlier product goes there. Lot of, I mean, people who are working for US FDA would know a lot of contamination related observation, not only for the equipment, but also adjoining areas, you know. So these are your potential area where you have to concentrate. Test would be happening in your in-process corridors, you know, water is a source of contamination, a spilled water is a problem, right? You keep it properly. Product waste bin, there has to be very clearly identified product waste bin. I am telling you one very important learning that I personally had, and that is about your rejection management. 90%, hear me out, 90% of your complaints, your problems are because of mishandling of rejects, you know, reject handling. You handle it properly. I mean, my colleague would tell you more in the packaging area how you can do that, but this reject handling is a big issue, right? It has to be, you should identify the rejects where it is kept. They have to be numbered, the rejection bin has to be numbered, right? So suppose you have 5 rejection bins, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them should be numbered. Once they are full to their capacity, there has to be a mechanism of transferring material from that to another bin. That also has to be identified. And lock and key. Lock and key has to be with a responsible person. I would not say with QA person. Anyone, QA, if QA person is responsible, give it to QA. Production is responsible, give it to production, but has to be properly locked. Because if these are not handled properly, you know, they can find themselves in the product, then you see broken tablet complaint and, you know, empty blisters. This has come from reject to your area because there are yield pressures. This batch must be 99.9%, right? So yield pressures are there. So a lot of time what people do, they will mix it. Oh, this looks good, na? Let's put it, right? So this has to be handled in presence of QA. You know, one area if you concentrate, you will not see any complaint coming out of it. Rejection handling should be handled with lot of care. You know, under a supervision at the end of the batch, right? When no other thing is there, then and there are a lot of learning that you get from these rejects. Once you analyze, trend them, you'll find many things, right? Which product is giving you broken tablet, which product has this problem, which product is giving you black specks, you know, some darkening, you know, then you can trace it out to the raw material supplier, which raw material is giving you. A lot of lessons can be learned if you just do a good rejection analysis. Trending of rejects, very important. As a part of APQR, what kind of rejects are your machine generating? Have we invested in a right machine? All that, right? Dedicate, right? These are the software. So there are these softwares that are, you know, to manage all your operation. Just go through them. Lot of things that human used to do now, AI is doing. And I was talking to someone, you know, who is pretty young. And I said that in our times, the competition was with human. These are all those software, the SAP, you know, for inventory control. Then there is this QMS TrackWise, you know, many of people you would be using it. You know, these are all advancement, good, you know, you'll be able to do good things in production using this software. There's this compliance wire, the complete training things are handled through compliance wire. Right? All training, exams, assessment, records, form, software is there, Navitas is there. Right? Yeah. LIMS, you know, Chromeleon. Right, all these, you know, Syncade is an MES system that is being, the protocol, there is, you know, it tells you step by step, you know, we were discussing in the morning that sometime instrument or equipment come and then we do design qualification. It does not allow you. It will not allow you to raise purchase order till you do those documents. The risk assessment is a part of that, you have to go step by step only, right? So there's this digital signature and all that, that happens. So all of these things are available. Am I late? 5 minutes? Okay. Deviation management, yield and reconciliation. We have spoken a lot about yield and reconciliation. Deviation management, there has to be an initiator. Deviation must be initiated within 1 day of, anybody can initiate a deviation. Within 1 day you can give it to the person who is responsible, a department who is responsible, his HOD will acknowledge it, right? Acknowledgement, then deviation owner will be decided. These are the people who will be investigating, right? Then HOD, the owner department, HOD should also agree to what has been done, and then a QA reviewer you can have, or you may not have a QA HOD, but a QA reviewer of everything. And last but not least, product investigation. Investigation, a proper investigation, corrective and preventive actions coming out of a deviation must be performed, right? I would recommend you for, investigation is a vast topic, is a different topic. It is, you need to have certain skills in order to do good investigation. I would recommend I watch that series on Nat Geo, air crash investigation. I would recommend you watch that. That will give you a lot of insight on how an investigation is performed. Very interesting, and go and watch that, right? So that basics remain same, what are the factors and how systematically they go and investigate a matter. It is interesting. I would recommend you to go and watch that. Yield. The yield limit shall be evaluated after completion of 10 batches. The first 3 batches and the 7 consecutive batches after that, that's how you do it. How your lower limit, normally this is how lower limits are decided. The lowest yield observed in 10 batches minus the standard deviation becomes your lower yield, and highest yield plus the standard deviation. That's the range that you decide on the yield. And you can revise it. This is initial data, 10 batch data. After 25 batch, you can revise it. You can revise based on your APQR, right? And you trained it. Manish has spoken a lot on this, on contamination and cross-contamination. This is an ISPE model on contamination and cross-contamination, where they are talking about basically four mechanisms by which a contamination or a cross-contamination can happen. It can be mix-up, it can be retention on a equipment, like for what you do cleaning validation, airborne transfer to the air systems, and mechanical transfer, from people, person, from, dirty equipment and all that. In process control, you have to maintain the air quality management. We have already spoken about. Pressure differential has to be monitored, that already we have spoken about it. I will not spend a lot on this. This is on equipment under breakdown, out of service. Lot of time when there is an equipment that has come after a breakdown, very important thing, guys, then that has to be taken for a production, clean it properly. Sometimes the engineering people may have left some nut, some bolt, some loose thing, some grease. There has to be a cleaning performed after you do a proper breakdown or maintenance on it, so that you do not find it in your product. A good line, the lines have to be numbered, labeled, colored, right, properly. These are the calibration stickers, which have name, location, instrument ID, calibrated on, calibration due, calibrated by. They are real stickers, This kind of stickers can be put. I will not go to the, just last section, guys. What are the risks? What is the risk here? Anyone? What is the risk? It's touching the floor, right? You can put something like this. No material, product, contact material, hoses shall touch the floor. What is this here? Anyone? It's tea time almost, huh? Just give me 5 more minutes. Some makeshift material, right? Aluminium foil is use cover with clamp fitting and properly, do it properly. This can find in your product, that can lead to a contamination problem. Similarly this, everything is stored together. There is a way in which you have to keep the hoses in that U position so that it's a drainable. No stagnancy is there, right? Instead of storing like this, for liquid product you can store like this. So that, it's self-explainable, The drain strainer touching the drain pipe, the flexible hoses put directly into the drain. These are all contamination causing habits. Everything is stored together, right? Drain strainer are stored together with other production equipment. Designated place should be there. Here all cleaning material, cleaning agent, everything is stuffed in one place. Cleaning tools are kept together. This is the summary. Last 1 minute, you must define the procedure. You should have access control, a good process for the deviation management as I told you. A deviation should be accompanied by a good investigation so that you do not learn again hard way. The proper corrective and preventive actions are taken. You keep the record and do everything that you do on the shop floor to prevent contamination. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please can ask. So if you have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, we have one session, right? The last on
After tea break, sir.
After tea break we have, right? And one question and answer session together with all the speakers,
No,
right?
sir, actually, that part is over.
Okay.
Completed along with the completion of your
Okay.
speech only.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a tea break for 10 to 15 minutes for the last session.
Hello. Yeah, there will be 15-minute tea break. Please come back after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Functionarian is site head at New Jersey. Expertise is planning, monitoring, controlling, reviewing pharma operations, identification of bottlenecking, troubleshooting, providing the right solution within the defined challenges, out-of-the-box thinking for critical operation, incident investigation and root cause finding, vendor management, has the functional, technical knowledge and skills to the job at the high level of accomplishment, design and development of commercially viable packs, and more focus on audit readiness, compliance in operations, and CGMP training and skill development. With this brief introduction, I would like to on good practices in packaging in the finished product manufacturing. Thank you, sir. Hearty welcome.
Thank you, madam. I can be. Thank you, madam. Thank you to be here. So, am I audible? Okay, thank you. So, in the packaging part, so most of my colleagues who have actually spoken here have already completed all those points. So, what I'll try to do is I'll try to be very crisp on the packaging aspect. I think it should be fine with you guys to be, because it is overlap of a lot of things, like everyone is having an overlap here. So I would like to be more specific on the packaging aspects, right? Okay, so here are the contents that I was trying to cover upon. So let me speak first on the importance of packaging. Then regulatory, I'll try to skip. The key elements on the best practices that is required in packaging, that I'll cover it up. Okay, common challenges that we face on packaging, I'll cover up those points also. And I would request you guys, if you want to have some specific things, please ask me so that I can, because there is a limited time right now, so I want to be in that time, and if you have anything, we can tie up later on as well, not a problem. Okay. Then the solutions on the best practices, we'll give you some case studies as well. I'll just give you some, then the conclusions, takeaways, and the call of actions. So as we spoke in the morning also, the Schedule M, there are little changes, but those are specifically where it is more required in terms of, it is like the strengthening and emphasis on the prevention and contamination part, okay? So in packaging, we also have a contamination which is called as mix-ups, okay? It is a little different than what we see on a contamination part, but you need some inputs. Please be open to check me up with the question, please, yeah? Okay, the new provisions on packaging material controls, that has been an inclusion in right now. And the now, enhanced on segregation. What do you mean by segregation? Okay, so everyone has covered a lot of things. Let me be specific once the material comes into the packaging part. Okay, now from there, how do you do this complete activity till the packaging part, and then we go to the next area, right? So here, what happens is, especially in packaging, there are a lot of packaging materials, right? Let's pick up an example of a blister machine, okay, for the formulation part, okay? So you have two different foils on the line, you have cartons, you have PILs, you have shippers, okay? If you have some tamper evidence stickers, you have those many stickers. Okay, so those are the different items that you are having on the line. So now, the first and the foremost activity that you do is, you should have a procedure to ensure that the material, once it comes in, okay, has to be checked 100%. Reason being, we need to have the traceability of each of these things. We need to ensure that there is no mix-up. Okay, how do you ensure that there is no mix-up? Just an example, 100 labels were dispensed. You consumed 90. What happened to the remaining 10? That clarity should be available. And if you need to know that, you are supposed to have that complete details on where exactly each of these labels went. And how do you do this? This is the segregation part. Separate levels of segregation, like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So those are very good in where you have a setup like, for example, you have a different standalone machine. You have one blister machine over here, then you have some line machine happening at the other step, or you have some other thing happening on the next room. So there are different areas which has been there, like that is not the right practice. The best practice is to have a single line. If you have a single line and all those rejections are controlled, and it should be in the vicinity of the supervisor who is actually handling that floor. It cannot go here and there. It's going to happen on the floor. Okay? Be very clear on that aspect. If there is a loss of control in any of these aspects, the mix-up is going to happen, or you are sitting on a risk where there will be a probable mix-up that is going to happen, unless otherwise you are not able to recollect all those bags. Let's say I have 90 packed, 10 is there, so you should have how many I have them in samples which I have kept in the document, how many has been rejected during the initial setup, how many has got rejected in the each of the every steps that has happened. Okay, you have challenges on your line, how many have got destroyed in the challenges that you have done. Okay, then there are some rejects that will be because of various reasons that you have to open up. Let's say you are opening up a carton that is because of some overcoding issues. Okay, whatever is there like. These rejects has to be segregated and has to be kept in a lock and key. Okay, how do you do that? Okay, now these days people will say that, oh, how do I control all these things? you can have a specific designed cages with lock and key which can carry over in each of these premises. That's how you should be doing the segregation part. Okay? If you miss that track, where we need to be focused upon. Okay? Label controls. Okay? Label controls we spoke, right? Okay. So the label controls we did, I think Mahesh has actually given you the different types of label. I also have a label screen, I'll just show you, but for each of the processes and what is the next step that is going to happen. For example, because of some accumulation of the activities, you have some cartons that is accumulated, okay? Now, there is a specific way you should be labeling it. You should be labeling as to be checked. Those are to be checked. And what is the next step that I'm going to do? To check. Once it is checked, it is either a reject or it is good. There is no second, third, or much is good for all your reconciliation up to the end, okay? Let's talk about the container loading, okay? What is container loading for you? There is some containers that is going to come as per the batch size for your product, okay? Now there are container number 1 to 10, okay? Now you will be packing you will be loading the first container, then you will have the number of shippers that is to be. You should also document who is the person who is actually doing that activity, who is the operator, who is the checker, who is there, if it is a manual activity. If there is a if it is a automated system, you can let us inform that how much is automated or whatever there is the manual activity, you mention those things, okay? Okay. In case ability to see that this container, specific container has gone in which, let's say there is some shade variation or there is some white spots or increased white spots, some product issues which were you could trace it during the QC inspection or something later on. So you should be able to trace it out. Let's say something has gone wrong. You should be able to trace out back. So those clarities for that container loading is very important. Transfer quantities, that is important because yield. We discussed on the yield, the reconciliation of each of the tablet that is produced. You have the overall manufacturing batch size, then you have the transfer quantity from the production, and then you have the packaging pack quantity which is there. Like when you reconcile that, you should get the yield. And each of this, if there are some losses, that has to be accountable. In most of the cases, in some of the cases, not most of the cases, in some of the cases, if the compression is compressed on a lower thickness, the number of tablets will be more. The transfer quantity is in kgs, whereas you pack it in number of tablets. Okay, so there will be variations. So you have to understand those things. So for that, segregation of each of these things are very important. Okay? Now, the environmental controls, okay? Environmental controls, we speak on everything, right? Now, let me give you an example on specifically to the packaging. The packaging, primary packaging materials, that has to be stored in some specified environmental conditions. Silica gel bags, okay? That cannot absorb moisture, okay? For those things, you have to keep those things in the environmental controlled areas. If the packing has to happen for some specific products, that has to happen in that controlled environment. So monitoring of the temperature control on the storages in the primary packing is a must. If it is not there, you are having some challenges. You will have some challenges. One of the classic examples is, let's give me an example is a PVDC foil. Okay, if the PVDC foil is not stored properly in the warehouse, and if it is having some openings in the bag, which is actually it has come, the foil has come, it tends to have a degradation. And when you put it on the line, you will have bubbles happening on the machine. Okay, that is not a good product that you will send it to the market. Why? This packaging is the last substitute between the company and the customer. Okay, anything going wrong, we will not be able to trace it. It is only the customer who will try to tell you that that is something gone wrong. Okay, so if the product is good, there will be attraction for the custom. For the customers will get updated on that. They will try to buy your product. But if these things are happening, obviously nobody will buy those products. So that's the reason this is the last, the last mile that you should be doing is the printing packaging should be perfect, right? Documentation, okay. Now, everyone has covered on the SOP part. Let me get into the little more detail into the BPR part, okay? There's a batch packing record, okay? Now, the batch packing record normally should be like, it should have all the informations which you are supposed to do there, Okay? For example, how do you transfer the material into the primary area? There should be a perfect line clearance that has to happen. What is line clearance? Line clearance is the best one of the best practices that you do is a call-out procedure. Have you heard of the word call-out procedures? It is between the two people. Okay? I am a doer and there is another person who is checker. So the checker will tell me that, okay, check that anything is there beneath the pallet. So I physically will lift the pallet, check that whether it is there or not. If we are doing this in a simultaneous way, this is the best way to happen. Okay? There are areas which are hard to access. You know what is hard to access? Like there are below the machines, below some of the conveyors. Okay? It's very difficult to clean, right? Those are hard to access. And there are areas which are hard to clean. What is hard to clean? It will be the crevices, it will be the corners of the machines, it will be the corner parts which you will have difficulties for cleaning, right? So what is the best way to do that? Try and avoid those things. How do you avoid that? Like Mahesh just told us initially, like there is a cable that is hanging, you tag it properly. If it is not concealed, try to conceal it. Okay? Try to avoid. Wherever there is so these are actually simple kaizens or lean management tools that you should be deploying, and it will be a continuous improvement process that you will start doing there. The more you do it, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you refine you have. Okay? That's the best way of coming out of that. Those people who are not doing it right now, we can still do this. There is nothing big deal in this. This, as he said, this was just a common sense that we should be looking at. Okay? It is very easy to find a problem on the packing line and to give us solutions also. Okay? All that is, you need an eye to look into the problems. Okay? So that is what we will do in the documentation part. Let's say how to get a 2001 is the batch number. Okay? So instead of 1, somebody puts a 2 there. It's a mix-up, classic mix-up case, right? It's a silly mistake. There are individual stereos. Try to avoid individual stereos. Have a common stereo. Have a single stereo. And if after each of this batch, you destroy those stereos. Don't take it to the next line. Simpler steps that you can probably do on the line to avoid any of these things. Okay? Contamination is a big challenge. How is the contamination happening? Let's say if there is a continuous line, it's a primary and the secondary line are integrated. Okay? Now what happens? There is a vent, there is a window cut out for the material to flow from the primary to the secondary. Okay? Now, simple thing is, the primary should be positive, right? What do? If you can have this Magni-Helix. If you don't have a Magni-Helix, you just have to see, somebody has to just go and see that where is the airflow coming. Just pick up a paper, just see there where the airflow is coming. It's as simple as that. But if you don't do that, the replications are big. Okay? Okay? What do you say? The cavity sizes changes. Everything is different there, right? Dusted product, we have a lot of uncoated products which is there, like which will generate a lot of dust. So what the persons will do, they will try to keep some cloth there, they'll try to clean that activities. Go for dedusters, point exhaust. Okay? You can have point exhaust at multiple places where the when the product is traveling there. Just put a exhaust there. You put the exhaust where it is actually tablets are free falling. Okay? Try to have multiple points where you can remove the dust. Okay? This will avoid all those activities which you are trying to do on the machine. Okay? When you ask a person, all that you are supposed to do is have a proper dedusting system. Okay? That you can avoid your contamination part, like all your particles or whatever traces are there of previous. For the previous product, you need, so even the Schedule M guidelines says that we need to have a validation. What do you mean by validation? Packing machines are designed for a generic purpose. It is not designed for one specific product or something like that. We have change parts in that. Each change part, depending upon the shape, the size, the type of packing material that you are using, okay, will have a different rated speed. Okay? That rated speed has to go well with your temperature, your speed, your linear speed, okay, your rejection systems. If you have an automated line, you have systems which can reject the blisters. If there are missing product, it will reject those blisters. If these entire things are not coordinated well, you will have a problem where some of the rejects can come onto your floor, which is again a kind of mix-up, right? Your stereo, impression, because some person puts a pressure on that stereo, there is a wear and tear of that stereo, okay? And because of that, maybe some part of that is actually getting rejected, okay? Now, it is on us to see that whether it is happening or not happening. So how do you do that? If you are keeping a person to do it, it is a monotonous job. The moment it is monotonous job, he will say that 10 packs were good, he will presume that the 11th one is also right, okay? And that is fatal, okay? There are simpler mechanisms, there are simple automations that you can think about, that is having a OCR, OCV cameras, which will just read it, it will check for that product details, and then it will decide whether to accept it or to reject it. Okay? Now coming to the packaging material. Packaging material, I think everyone has heard the term pharma codes, pharma code readers, pharma codes, okay? These are simpler codes, which are codes 128 that we call for in the technical terms. But this is as good as any of your, any of the barcodes that you see in the supermarket. You go, you buy some products, right? He just scans it on that. That is simple code 128. And pharma code is also the next version of that. Only the difference is there is no number coming below that. It is just that there is a combination of thin and thick bars. Okay? And this is being decided by the packaging development team, who gives a barcode to specific product. Now, anytime there is a product that is going to come, okay, if that code is different, like, okay, lidding foils, okay, it is all 99% it is black. Okay, you cannot hardly make out unless you go at similar color codes, like some strengths going in multiple packs, or same product having multiple strength. Most of the color patterns, other things will be look alike. And the majority of the time we have people working on the floor, right? The more you are dependent on a person, there are high chances that there is something going to happen. Okay? We say that we have all the trainings done, we say that every controls are there, everything is right, okay? But that last minute, he had a tough day today, he came to the office, he had a fight with someone on the road, and you will have a problem on the flyer. Okay? So the best thing is to deploy on the technologies, and technologies are simply available. It is off the shelf these days. Okay? A lot of pharmas are already installed this, so it is already available. These are simple things, and you can still do that. Okay? It doesn't need a lot of investment also per se. Okay? But your trust on those systems will be good. Once you start trusting it, it will give the results there. Now, just installation of these systems will do? No, probably may not, okay? You should always be having a check, okay? So what is that? That is a part of the in-process checks that we'll do. What is that in-process check? Let's say the camera is installed on the machine. I will do every 2 hours and check to see that whether whatever the product is missing is actually a missing that is rejected by the product, by the machine. Okay, these are simpler things. But if you don't challenge this, there are chances that it can go wrong. Something in the loop, there is a count variation that is happening. It can go wrong. So now these days, people start putting sensors, multiple sensors to check all the loop. Everything is available. But still, if you don't challenge the machine, then it will go wrong. But in case of human beings, you cannot ensure that as well. Okay, so that's the difference. So technology in packaging is really important. If we need to have a very good product onto the floor, from the floor, you should rely on the technology aspect. Yeah? So I think I covered these topics. So, yeah. Okay, the process flow. Okay, so where Mahesh left, how you receive the material, the cleaning, the the decontamination of the external part. Once it comes in, there should be a sampling procedure that you should follow. You should have a specific place where this material has to be kept there. Okay, it cannot be with any of the other things. Like if you are having a ASRS system, it is good. Okay, if you don't have an ASRS system, have the manual controls. What is the manual control? Have a designated place where you will actually receive the material and keep it. Once the sampling is done, it will have some labels which say that it is under test and it gets into the next area, right? From once it is released, after that only that material should be able to be accessed to any of the persons to run the batch. That's a simpler thing that you do. Once You complete the batch. Let's say once the material comes in, you pack the batch. Now you are supposed to send the batch. Wanted 100 kg of foil on that batch. Now, because of the foil weights for the different aspects, he has given you 110 kg. Now, you completed the batch in 90 kg. This 20 kg has to be sent back. Now, how do you send it back? You have to check that there is nothing that is coded on this printed foil from the previous product, whatever the batch that you have packed. This assurance that you have to do. Same thing will happen for each of the materials which you are doing it. These challenges will be more when you are doing a manual activity. Let's say you get 100 labels and you are manually stamping all these 100 labels, okay? And you consumed only 90. So we don't know what is, if it is all is printed, you just destroy it, don't keep it. Okay, if you are keeping it, that will get contaminated. It will get you are supposed to get a mix up there. Something it will get mixed up and then you will have challenges. Okay, so the best way for labeling is go for automation. Have a simple label system. It will be in roll forms. I will just show you an image. Sorry for going back and forth. Yeah, if you see this, okay. This one is the label. This is the label that you get in sheet forms, right? What you are supposed to do, you have to print it individually. You have to keep a person for printing it. You have to match the batch detail codes. Like some of them will be printed like batch number, lot number, then expiry. Then somebody has to put the individual stereo, match it, print it. Okay. Instead of that, go for roll forms. The moment you go for roll forms, on the roll, on the backup paper, you can actually have a sequential number for that. Let's say there are 500 labels in that roll, okay? Now, each of them will be numbered there. So you can, when you are dispensing the labels, you can have that, you can use that as a document to check that, okay? Once you have packed it and when you are returning this back to the warehouse, you can see that how much has been consumed there. You don't have to do all those repetitive actions which are there, repetitive works which is there. Like these are simpler things to be done. And once you have a labeling machine, this machine will take care of three things. One, it will do the coding on itself. It will apply the label for itself, and you will get a better quality results. Okay? When you are doing a human printing, there will be a lot of variation. The first pressure, the second pressure, the last pressure, when he is doing that, the 150th label that he is doing it, there will be some variations. This will have all impacts on your quality, and chances of mix-ups are more. So having these better systems are ideal. Okay? This one is the pharma code. This is what I was talking of, the thick lines and the thin lines which you can use it, and there are systems that can read it. Now, if you want to do it offline, there are offline systems also. You can use a cartonators. The best is to have a cartonators. If you don't have a cartonators, you don't want to look for a cartonators, you can have this kind of machines which you just have to feed that flat cartons. It will check for the code, it will print, and it will give you. Okay, with all these corrections. Yeah, these are simpler things to be done. Okay. Now, after the packing, inspection, storage, and distribution, this is also an important factor. Now, there are products which will, after it has been packed, you have to keep it for some days for, I don't know, micro releases may take a while or something like that. So in that cases, you may have to store it. It has to be there in the bonded store with lock and key, with all the documentation done perfectly well. It should be only ready for release. That's it. Till all those things, it should be quarantined and it should be kept in that hold area. That's not in the hold area, the bond areas. Okay, and then it gets into the distribution. Distribution also, you should have the traceability of each of these things. Let's say where these zippers are trying to go there, if it is missed out, in case you need to have a recall, you should be able to retrieve it back. As per the schedule, you are supposed to have a mock done. You should be very clear on all those aspects. Yeah. Okay. This is what we discussed. We'll discuss upon some of the automation case studies, okay? Now, a barcode, okay? These days, barcode you use everywhere. Even for the payment also, you are using barcodes, okay? It doesn't take much of an investment. You just have to have a simple printers, and there should be a system which will have simple scanners, and it has a system to see what it is to be done, right? So I think in Mahesh's images we saw that there are storage racks with some barcodes there, okay? Those are locators. Those are locators for that rack, okay? Now when somebody wants to have a SAP, when somebody gets into the SAP and says that, okay, I need to have this material, this is where you get that. It will give you a code, and from that code you can specifically look for which is that location, how much quantity is available, and you can use it. Let's say you don't want to do this, the best way is to have bin cards. You heard of bin cards? Bin cards are simpler to handle if you are to do a manual activity. It has all the informations from the material, who has supplied that material, how, when it has come, what is the, when was it sampled, when it was released, okay? How much is the quantity of that, how much out of, let's say there are 100 kg of metal which has come, and let's say you have consumed 30 kg in some foil. The remaining 70 will be there. So these are easy visual displays that you can see on the warehouse if you are not having automated systems. But the more you have scanners, the more you have the automated systems, all your problems on the packaging front will come down. The amount of rejections that you will get, okay, will come down, okay? This also will be applicable for, let's say, any of these materials, like you have cartons, leaflets, you name it and you will have those problems, right? These multiple things, even for the SFGs that is going to come, okay? You can have barcodes to say that this is the code which I am going to use it for packing. It's as simple as that. You don't need to invest much. It's just a printer that you need to print it. Any printer can print a 1D or a 2D code, and you just need a scanners to read that, right? So this case study talks about one of the materials which were having a problems where frequently recalls were happening, okay? And then what they did, they started having a barcode system. It is easier to control that because, as I explained to you a little while earlier, the materials look alike same, especially the same strength, same product with different strengths. Little bit of changes, but they will be more or like look alike, okay? Another important factor which I would like to take is on the floor. Sorry for jumping on this topic. Let's say there is 25 mg going on in one line, okay? It's always advisable not to have the nearest strength running on the next line, because the adjacent areas also you can have mix-ups, okay? So wherever it is possible, avoid that, okay? Try to run a product which is different in nature so that your segregation controls will be easier. Yeah? Okay. We talked about the training aspect. The training aspect here, like this is the case study which I am giving for line clearances. As I just explained to you, there are difficult to have access areas, difficult to view, difficult to clean, okay? This is a typical example which I am talking of from my previous role, okay? Specific persons going there, they'll find exactly the previous products from some specific areas, okay? If I do the cleaning, I may not be able to find it out, but the other guy, when he comes for the line clearance, he'll find it out. So what we did, we gathered the information. How did you do that? Okay, then he says, I looked into these areas. So there are easier ways to do this now, okay? Those critical areas, you can put a flag there, or you can mark it that these are critical areas where you're supposed to check there for the previous product, okay? Or else your call-out procedure, which I said, somebody will ask them to check it, they will check in that specific areas, right? There are other ways, like every time you do a clearance, you put some torch lights to see that whether these areas are cleaned or not cleaned. So there are ways and means to do that, but you are supposed to do that, because there will be some areas which will be hard to access, okay, basis the design, unless otherwise it is not specifically designed, or you are not having going for a newer machines where you can actually ask for some of the improvements on what your current situations are like, okay? Unless otherwise, you will have to live with those. When you have to live with those, these are the actions that you are supposed to do there, yeah? So this is what we did. The line clearance failures we can avoid if you have these things well defined. This is what you can go with a checklist, you can have the areas marked, and then you are getting it closed, right? Okay. Continuous improvement, okay? Now, this is one of a very important topic in terms of the segregation part. It will also help you in segregation. Okay, how? Okay. Now, let's say there is a cartonator machine which is running at, let's say, some 70 cartons per minute. Okay, and in that 70 cartons, there is 2 cartons it is actually rejecting for some reason. Okay, if you don't figure out that problem, at the end of the day, you will have as many as rejects there. Like, let's say if it is 100 cartons per minute, and if you have 3 cartons getting reject, you have 3% of rejection accumulated at that specific machine, which is not a good thing to happen. Now, these 3% of rejection of this entire quantity that you packed in the day has to be reprocessed. Okay, reprocessing is not an easier job. The moment you start doing reprocessing, there are chances that you will have some mix-ups happening. There is a potential to have mix-ups. You plug that. That 3% rejection, you need to plug it. Okay? For that, you need to do continuous improvement. Let's say now I have a machine, I have a blister machine and a cartoning machine which is integrated. Now the cartoning machine stops intermediately for some PIL issues, which is with the vendor. You can ask the vendor to improve the quality of that. If it is something locally which the person is doing because of some other issues, that has to be solved. Now what happens is, once you solve this cartonator problem, your constraint will move from the cartonator maybe to the checkware, what is down in the downstream, or something onto the other line, or it can spill onto the blister machine. That is why it is continuous improvement. Okay, one machine improved, now the constraint will move to the next level. So you will have to keep on improving all those processes. Once you improve this entire processes, that's when you define that my line, this is the rated speed which I can work upon. For this temperature, for this line speeds, this is the deliveries that I am going to get. Now, basis to that, you can track it. So when you start in the morning and then you end up by the end of the day, how many cartons that you have produced, how much you are good. You will always have to have this percentage of above 99% in packaging. There is no other rejection that should happen. All those things which can be plugged can be done. This is all can be done through continuous improvement only. Yeah. So these are simple lean tools or Lean Six Sigmas which you can employ. Okay. There can be some challenges with respect to the preventive maintenance. Most of the cases in the past I have seen preventive maintenance is just the status label change. Okay, he'll say that, okay, I changed the oil, I did this, I did that. Okay, if it is not done, try to do that, try to understand those issues. The moment you start refining it, so let's say in a week, most of the cases it will be once in a month. Let's say the oil changes are once in a month. Have that specific time to make sure that you do that activity. The moment you do that activity, the next month is assured. Okay, otherwise what happens, these are makeshift items. Oh no, today my production is going on, I will not do this. The moment you do this, tomorrow's next 10 batches will have some challenges. So these are mechanical machines, packaging machines are more of mechanical nature. If you don't take care of them, you will have challenges. So it is better you have preventive maintenance well in advance or planned preventive maintenance to close that. Now it has evolved, now the industry has evolved, okay? TPM processes have come in. TPM was earlier told to be more into Toyotas and the automobile sectors. Now these autonomous maintenance. Autonomous maintenance is where you will actually, the person who is operating it will do some of these maintenance activities. With that, what happens? The health of the machine improves. With that, when the health of the machine improves, your rejection percentages are directly controlled. Right? So these are the continuous improvement things that you can still do on the lines. Right? Audit and self-inspections, okay? Now, with respect to packaging, I'll just give you an example for the packaging material, okay? Couple of instances I can tell you. We have Class D for our primary packaging machines, right? We have everything, there is no dust, no insects coming in, nothing coming in. But sometimes you get a foil which has an insect on the backside, okay? Why does this happen? Because the foil converter with whom we are actually getting it is not having the sanitization, the hygiene that he is supposed to have in that area. So what happens? So when you go there, when you go and check those sites, that's when they get aware. You will have to educate. If those qualities are not there, then probably the customer who is going to see that, oh, there is an insect in the pack. because there is no control, no cameras will detect that. Okay, because it is empty, it's hardly visible. The moment the patient opens and he wants to take that product, oh, he finds some insect there. Very bad examples. We had one more example I can give you, HDP bottles. Okay, the HDP bottles, you normally have a cc for that. Okay, you say that it's a 35 cc or 100 cc, whatever is there like. So these are made on a blow fill machines. Okay, it blows and the bottle will have a small hole. You will hardly be traceable there. Okay, so these are the challenges which you have with the vendor. Materials, you are ordering them the packaging materials for your requirement. Let's say there is same product with multiple strengths. You have ordered it to one person. In his place, if he doesn't follow the segregation, if he doesn't follow the systems which is required for our quality aspects, you will have a mix-up coming from the label when he's sending it. The initial roll, when you pick it up, that may still say the strength which is there, like you don't know if there is a joint inside the label, right? These things you cannot trace it until you have a proper audit of the vendor that you are looking at, right? So these are the aspects, the more, the granular aspect in the packaging front which you are supposed to have. When you look into all these aspects, then our Schedule M, your compliance at the Schedule M level will be there, for sure. Because we discuss, since morning everyone is discussing on the cross-contamination part, we are talking of your facility requirements, you should have, all those things are being discussed. The only thing which we are not discussing was on this, but here it is very prominent because you are having multiple items to handle. Okay, I'll just take you to one more slide. Okay. So I was just telling you, like there are some cages and trolleys that is rare, like, right? So this is a carton cage. This is a leak test apparatus. This is a non-destructive type and this is a destructive type. Why I am talking about this point? Because in the Schedule M one place we are also supposed to make sure that our samples are handled well. Our samples don't get mixed up, right? So if you are doing a leak test, those leak test samples has to be destroyed. If somebody wants to keep it, then it is better to have a non-destructive type. So you don't have to put anything. Otherwise, it's a vacuum decay test. You will put it into water and then you have a vacuum. Okay, and if you do that, if there is anything, you will have to destroy it and to throw the tablet. If you don't want to throw the tablet, go for a leak test, which is a non-destructive one. But controlling the samples are very important. This is a small cage, like in the floor, we normally have 3 samples taken out. One is the initial sample, the middle sample, and the last sample before the end of the batch, right? Try to have these kind of cages, so you can actually keep it in segregated places when you are doing it. And let's say somebody wants to pick it up, you can pick it up. This will be a better control rather than keeping it on some conveyors or tables across some place. Under the pretext that this guy will come and pick it up. No. Put it in proper places with proper controls. This is something that you can use for labels. Okay, these are the rejection mechanisms. I am not too sure if you can see that everything is having a lock and key. Okay, so okay, see here. Okay, this is for your label rolls. Okay, you can have separate boxes for separate items. These are not very expensive. These are very simpler things, but your controls on the segregation will go up. Right? This is something which I wanted to show you. Okay, now if you see, these are the different kinds of problems that we have. We have erosion, we have distribute manually. If your substrate is not good, let's say the printing zone, if it is having a varnished surface, what happens is actually when you are printing it, you may see the print, but over a printer run it doesn't dry off. Then what happens? Somebody having a touch on that or just little abrasion, it will go off. Your data, the overcoding data will not be clear. The moment it is not clear, it is a substandard product going into market, and we also have regulatory challenges around that. Right? So these are the, like, let's say if you want to have some, you want to do a manual activity and you want to have that, have a window there, have an unvarnished zone into that area so that whenever you are printing, that printing is very clear and it is embedded there. My suggestion is go for a labeling machine. If worst case, if it doesn't happen, then at least have that. And also, when you have this packaging materials coming in, please have something called a scuff test. That is a test to make sure that your print doesn't go off easily. Okay? So this can happen on your blister foil, it will go. Okay? So that's the reason all the other things where you are having a laminated cartons, anything you want to do that, you can do have scuff test for that. Okay? Right? It's just a number that keeps changing, right? So that is important. Now see here, the screwing, right? There's no, yeah? So I just wanted to give you a flavor of what are the chances of what are the issues that you face and specifically in packaging in a granular level. Yeah? Okay. This is a stereo cupboard. Like let's say if we are using those to be printed on the fixed on the drum for printing. I'm just giving you some random numbers. So now you need some samples also. You need some additional also in case there is some challenges, some wear and tear, some stereos going wrong. You need some extra stereos. So this each stereo not come. You don't put it on the label. You check it and then you put it onto the label, onto the machine. Otherwise, your rejections will be more. These are simple printed proofs, proof checking. Let's say when you start the batch, you should have a proper proof checking. If after that, let's say because of some damage, the stereo is, and then you also mention what is from the shipper that you are going to use this. This will give you the traceability to the last level. Even if there are some challenges in the operations, you are still making sure that your stereos, whatever stereos you have changed, is also certified and it is having the boxes. Okay, this is the best way of segregating it. So whenever you want to retrieve a stereo also, it is easier. When you want to store it also, it is easier. Rather than keeping it everything in a poly bag, then looking for all those things, have the OCR, OCVs, and your digital printers, digital camera systems, which can actually read each of the information. Okay, you can do the aggregation also. If required, you can do the aggregation. You can, the scope is enormous. You can do whatever you want into that. But the simpler things are the coding details. At least for the coding details, you can secure for that. These are print and apply. For the shippers also, like you have earlier this kind of printers, where actually you fix individual stereos and then you put it on a shipper to print it and to have that. You can have simpler print and apply systems. It has a white label, whatever information is just printed and it is also on the go. Yeah, this is a line which I was talking of, an integrated line. Having an integrated line will always work. Okay, not that you cannot do in bits and pieces. The more you do in bits and pieces, the more you are asking a person to do the activities which you will have some problems. So that's the reason it should be better. It should always be in a integrated line. Also, the man-material flow. Let's say if you see this machine, this is a blister machine, there is a cartoning machine, there is a checkware, there is a bundler, and there is a case packer. Okay? All this accessibility from this side is for the operator, and all the accessibility for the material is from the back side. Simple segregation, inside the floor also. Okay? When somebody wants to go have something to be done, he goes on the back. Otherwise, everything is, if a person stands somewhere here, he is able to see this entire process which is happening. So there are more controls. Yeah? That's it. Any questions? Did I complete it quickly?
Yes,
oh,
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You ask for any questions, sir?
Any questions, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, another 15 minutes, we are going to conclude the workshop, of today's workshop. Now, I am requesting the guest of honor, Srimati K. Bhuvaneswari Garu, and my director, sir, and my joint director, sir. And on behalf of the IDMA representative, I am requesting Dr. Baki Reddy Jairam Reddy Garu, MD, and Sai Shreyas Pharmaceuticals onto the dais. Now requesting Varma Labs Geeta Garu and Kirmai Madam to present bouquet to the Jairam Reddy Garu. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. sir. Now, it ran, madam. Please come this way. Morning, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Now requesting Sri M. Srinivas Garu, Drugs Inspector, for the concluding and vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Before I give the concluding remarks, I would like to request our in-charge director, Varprasad sir, to kindly felicitate our Vijay Kumar sir, who is the man behind this event right from the moment it was thought of. Since last 1 month, he has been behind every decision leading up to this point of time, right from receiving speakers to organizing the artwork, everything. So, big round of applause for Sri S. Vijay Kumar Garu, Assistant Director, Drugs Control Administration, Visakhapatnam. Thank you, sir. So, myself, Srinivas, Drugs Inspector, Visakhapatnam. At the outset, on behalf of the local organizing committee, we thank the senior officers of the CDSCO, Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir, who unfortunately couldn't be here due to unforeseen circumstances, and Srimati K. Bhuvaneshwari Madam, ADC, Visakhapatnam Subzone, and her team of officers and my colleague drugs inspectors, Shri Venugopal Garu, Shri Pradeep Garu, Shri Raghuvaran Garu, Shri Veeraya Garu, and Mrs. Manasa ADI, and the organizing body of the IDMA, Dara Patel ji, who was actually here in the morning and had an early flight to catch, so he is not here, and the key sponsors of this event from JNPC Association, and most importantly, the officers of the Drugs Control Administration of Andhra Pradesh, with a special mention to our director, Sri MBR Prasad sir, who is on leave today, and Sri MVSS Varprasad sir, in-charge director, who came all the way from Vijayawada to grace this occasion. Thank you very much, sir. And Sri M. Pandurang Prasad sir, Joint Director, Drugs Control Administration, Visakhapatnam, and the team of officers, Drugs Control Administration, Visakhapatnam, working under Vijay Kumar sir, my colleague drugs inspectors, Srimati V. Abhipriya Garu, Srimati Kona Kalyani, and Srimati Netra Kalyani. So these team of officers under the leadership of Vijay Kumar sir, we have worked and we are behind this event till this point of time. So request a round of applause for our colleague drugs inspectors and all the organizing members of this event of CDSCO and IDMA as well. So this is a unique collaboration. So this unique collaboration actually underscores the shared vision of advancing the pharmaceutical quality system to ensure public health while simultaneously building a robust regulatory ecosystem. So while we are about to conclude the one-day workshop, we extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers for their valuable insights, whose expertise and practical insights made this workshop immensely beneficial. The distinguished speakers have given us new perspectives on the various facets of the good practices in production as per the revised Schedule M, and reaffirmed the significance of adhering to the highest standards in the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you very much, sir. So we had in-length discussions ranging from the importance of stringent controls to effective cleaning protocols for prevention of contamination and cross-contamination in multi-product shared facilities, while the discussions on good practices in production for bulk product manufacturing emphasized the adherence to validated procedures to ensure consistent quality. The session on good practices in packaging for finished product manufacturing provided practical takeaways on ensuring the product integrity and quality compliance. Lastly, the focus on operational safety in API manufacturing also underscored the necessity of robust safety measures to protect both personnel and the environment while adhering to the quality standards. We sincerely thank the audience for their enthusiastic participation. Your engagement through thoughtful questions and active discussions has enriched this learning experience for everyone. So as we conclude, I would like to mention a quote from the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle: "Quality is not an act, it is a habit," which means that quality excellence is not a one-time event, but a result of consistent effort and practice, which is very apt to the pharmaceutical industry, which I think you all would agree. So thank you once again, and we look forward to your continued involvement in such learning initiatives in future also. Thank you very much. And now, with the permission of Vijay Kumar sir, may I request all the dignitaries on the dais as well as the audience to kindly rise for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So I would like to inform that tea is provided. If anyone is interested, they can have tea. And I request the officers of the CDSO and DCA to kindly arrive onto the stage for a photo session.